Another damn day, another damn grind. You little cat girls, so far behind. Your cutesy emotes, your endless cues. We got real lore, you got the blues. Law, you say, more like bore, stuck in your past, forever poor. Your clunky combat, your ugly gear. My glamour shine bright, no shame, no fear. Fear the darkness, the day records. Your shiny armor, just cheap rewards. Degenerates we stand, degenerates we fight for our digital lands, burning ever so bright. You think you're better? I know I'm right. This endless squabble through day and through night. Your zones are empty, a barren waste. My cities thrive, oh arrogant taste. Your crafting system, a broken mess. My housing plots, pure happiness. Happiness fake, a sugar-coated lie. My dungeon's brutal, watch your friends die. Your story's linear, a guided tour. My choices matter forevermore. Fear the darkness, the day records. Your shiny armor, just cheap reward. Degenerates we stand, degenerates we fight for our digital lands, burning ever so bright. You think you're better? I know I'm right. This endless squabble through day and through night.
What up? I finally got power back. What up, Wire French C Matty? How you doing? Grey Wolf, how you doing? God damn. Don't you just fucking hate homeless people? God, holy shit, I can't fucking believe what I had to deal with over the last few fucking days. Last stream cut out. And I'm going to tell you the story of how this has been. For a week and a half, maybe more, I can't even remember. There is a fucking homeless guy who's been showing up outside of my... Oh, there he is! Oh, look at that, he's ulting immediately! He didn't even fucking wait! Just straight out the gate, just hit that. He didn't even level up, he just fucking went for it. You know what that means. Well, you know what that means. God damn, we missed you last stream. I was so happy. I was so looking forward to you showing up, and then you didn't. You really disappointed me, Demerit. God damn, how could you do that to us? Do you know how many people were calling your name? Desperate for you to show up? And then you don't? Broke our fucking hearts, man. How could you do that? Straight out the fucking gate. Damn. I was hoping you'd at least give us a few new ones, a few new bangers, but you just defaulted today. Fuck. Right, well then, you know what that means. It's time for the poll. It's time for the poll.
Hi, babe. Hey.
Don't contaminate my jacket, dude.
This place is a dump.
It's time for the poll. There it is. Damn. Damn, immediately, huh? Oh. I was hoping we'd get at least a few hot takes out of you before you fucking just altered like that. Right. While that's going down, while you're figuring that shit out, I'm gonna tell you what happened, right? So, for the last fucking week and a half, maybe more, I don't know, I haven't been keeping track of it. Homeless guy's been showing up in this neighborhood, wandering around the fucking streets. He's just been fucking all over the place. Yeah, he's been annoying every single fucking neighbor. He's been like the talk of the entire WhatsApp group for the neighborhood for the last week. We've been looking out for this fucking guy non-stop. He's just been pissing us all off. And finally yesterday he did it. He did the thing that I've been warning the security that he would do. He did the thing that I've been warning my neighbors he would do. He finally did it. You see this? Whatever you do, don't show this image to Rainbolt. He'll figure out where I live based off of this. I'm like a few, you know what, I'm not even going to tell you my location relative to this fucking telephone pole. This fucking homeless guy, yesterday, no, not yesterday, the day before when I was streaming, middle of the goddamn night, this fucking guy climbs up the telephone pole to the top and he just starts ripping at cables. He just starts pulling out cables. And the thing you didn't get to see last stream, after the power cut, my house got surged, batteries died, everything went fucking wrong. This fucking guy, I just heard this big sound outside, this sound, like it sounded like a cartoonish electric zap. Went outside to find fried human person. Now he survived. He survived. I don't know how he survived. By whatever homeless god he prays to, he fucking survived. But man, did he smell like burning pork. Woo! That man stank like fried shit and burning pork. He actually fucking climbed the pole and electrocuted himself. And now I don't have a video of this because we don't have cameras that are aimed at this fucking telephone pole, because what crackhead would fucking climb all the way up like 10 meters into the sky on just a fucking pole and start ripping out cables? And like everyone in the neighborhood has like gotten together and been like, we can offer you, like, we can get you a shelter, we could get you food, like, can you just like not fucking be here, buddy? Like, yeah, you're fucking screaming in the middle of the night, you're bashing things, like, can we not? No, he didn't want any of that. Can I buy your wife, all of you, for $3? I don't even know what the fuck that means, Grey Skywolf. So, Grey Wolf, sorry, I'm mixing up your name. This guy fucking climbs this pole, middle of the night, rips out cables, bzzzt, big fucking loud sound, go outside, it smells like hair, burnt pork, and fried shit. This guy was homeless for the love of the game, and I think he decided it's time to hit the end game. So I'm going to show you a video of essentially what happened to this guy. This is not the same guy. No one caught video of this. We just saw the fried motherfucker out there on the side of the road. Had to call an ambulance. Had to get the security involved. But I don't think he's coming back for a little while. I don't think he's coming back. Because basically what happened to him was this.
Oh my god. Woo! Dude, that's some...
That's almost the exact fucking sound I heard. That's the exact sound I heard. Was exactly that. Fucking guy got hit by Zeus because he kept on tickling his balls on this electrical pole. This stupid motherfucker climbed the pole, and we've been, like, the whole neighborhood's like getting together to like get this guy food and a shelter and everything to get this guy to fuck off, and he just wouldn't. He just fucking wouldn't. He got electrocuted to shit. What a fucking whack job. Jesus Christ. There was nothing we could have done to stop this guy because we were even warned by the police. Like, look, if you fuck with this guy, he can take you to court, right? You fuck with this guy, you have a fist fight with him. There's someone who's got a pro bono with him and they're going to like ruin your fucking life. So even Long Dick Johnson, the guy next door with all of the fucking guns, even he decided, nah, I'm not fucking with this guy. I don't need this bullshit. He's not inside my property. He's not breaking into a home, so I'm not going to blow his legs off. Yet. He's coming back in 3 days. He fucking might. That's the worst part. I wouldn't be surprised if he's back on his feet in a day. That dude is invincible. He survived that. He got hit by that shit and survived. Damn. What a fucking whack job. What's up, Iconic? How you doing? So, now that little story's over. Okay, I suppose people running for their lives behind me. Okay, since that's over, it's time now to check in. Let's see, does Demerit get democracy today? Ooh, you've lost a little bit of your followership here. Before it was 67. It's gone back to 70. You're losing out. Just by going and alting immediately, it looks like the interest is just... Oh, and as you keep alting, the yes keeps going up. Well, see you next time, Demerit. Come up with better material and maybe you stick around for a little bit longer, huh? Goodbye. You tried your best, and your best just wasn't good enough, huh? Well, see you next stream. That poor guy. I don't know why that Sonic fan keeps on fucking coming back here. Jesus Christ, what a fucking whack job. What a fucking nutcase. Man, he's either got too much free time or he just doesn't give a fuck. But I'm sure he's having fun if he keeps coming back. He shall come back stronger than ever. Yeah, like Gandalf the White. He shall appear from the clouds and alt once more. I think he enjoys it. I think he keeps coming back because he enjoys it. He's into that BDSM. He's into that punishment. He likes that shit. He loves that shit so much. Right. Now, on to today. On to today and how today is going to be fucking working. Right? I have one goal today. Because this was my goal last stream after I got through a bunch of fucking stuff about Guild Wars 3. But that didn't happen because the homeless guy decided to electrocute himself outside my house. Or at least not outside my house, like down the road. This is how I look at the current situation of MMOs, right? There are not that many MMORPGs out there to play. All the old ones are still the mainstay for everyone. Everyone keeps on holding on to them. Can't play Guild Wars 2. That's out the fucking window. I despise WoW Retail. I'm still thinking about WoW Classic every now and then. I'm waiting maybe for Classic Plus. There's a new poll that's starting. That's why we got to get rid of Demerit so early, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would have let that poll go on for a little bit longer. Today is the day. I hope that's not something else. Alright. Alright, should be fine. Should be fine. What? Is my internet fucking with me? Please, God, don't tell me my internet's fucking with me now. Please, God, no. He better not be fucking back. He better not be. Stream's fine. Okay, stream's fine. There we go. I just needed to hit a quick reload. Right, so, today, I have one goal. And it was the goal for last stream. Final Fantasy or ESO? Which one's better? This was the poll. This was the exact poll that I was putting in the chat as that fucking guy electrocuted himself. There you go. We're going to be going through this. I'm going to be giving my hot takes, my hot dog shit takes on this of what I've seen as a new player in both, as my first perspective on either of these. And we're going to be leering today. We're going to be leering today. Which one is better? Which one of these fucking games is better? Disregard A-net, disrespect A-net, feed. Yeah, judo, throw them into wood chippers. They deserve it. I'm giving you 3 options here with the poll. Final Fantasy XIV, Elder Scrolls Online, or Other. And Other is another one of the games that I've thought about fucking just ruining my life playing. I'm not going to say what it is. You will probably be able to guess it. You'll be able to figure out what the fuck's going on. You'll be able to do that all by yourself. So, today, it's all about, is it Final Fantasy or is it ESO? Which one's better? Which one is a better experience? And I'm going to be honest, Wizard 101, you should play Ion 2. I don't have the money to log into Ion 2. I do, like, that game fucking ruins your bank account the second you look at it sideways. That's the fucking problem with it. I've seen a lot of shit. I'll admit to something. I did VPN my way into some Asian countries. I did try out Ion 2 for a while back, and it got frustrating really fucking quickly. It got real fucking frustrating real fucking quick. That's all I'm gonna say. It is really frustrating how monetized that game is. The poll is rigged. It doesn't have New World or Ashes of Creation. Oh, fuck. I forgot Ashes of Creation. The world's best MMORPG to ever fucking exist. God, what a loss. Oh, no. How terrible. If only I had $7 billion to give to Steven Sheriff. Oh, well. I guess that's not gonna fucking work. So, let's go through this. We're gonna go through this, and I prepared something. I prepared a little paint document to figure this shit out, right? On the left, we have Final Fantasy XIV. On the right, we have ESO. I will be taking suggestions. If you have counterpoints to this, feel free to voice them. I'll consider this as you may change my opinion on this, on which one ends up being better and which one ends up being worse. ESO and Final Fantasy XIV are different from each other, but from a standpoint of there being gameplay and not devolving into ERP, ESO is my choice. They've been enjoying more Final Fantasy, in my opinion. Yeah, that's fine. So, the way I'm going to work this is I'm looking at this from the perspective of a new player, right? I'm looking at this from how do these games play out. When you start up the game, you start playing it, you played it for a little while, which I've done with both Final Fantasy XIV and ESO. Which one ends up better from a new player perspective? That's how this is going to work. So first up on the list is the thing that matters the most in any single MMORPG. It's gameplay. The singular gameplay loop, the thing you run through from the beginning, what it's like, how it feels, its general feeling of gameplay. Final Fantasy is very fucking slow in its gameplay loop. Very slow. It's like it's tab targeting that's pretending to be tab targeting. ESO is action combat that is actually tab targeting under the hood, but it's like a dynamic tab targeting system, kind of like something like you would expect to see from Guild Wars 2, where there's actual pathing between your attacks and the enemy, and you might knock something in the way, blah, 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 all of that shit. When it comes down to gameplay, Final Fantasy, what's really frustrating about its gameplay is the global cooldown. I am a WoW baby. I'm a WoW player. I am used to spamming abilities like a fucking ape. ESO, on the other hand, the frustrating part about its gameplay is it feels very limiting in a lot of senses when it comes to the abilities. Overall, I think just baseline, I think I actually prefer ESO's combat. I think ESO takes that round. purely because action combat's more interesting, it's faster, it's more fun, it doesn't take you through the slog of all the cooldowns. It doesn't like limit you to the sense that it's taking you through things with baby steps. It kind of just shits abilities out at you, and it's like, fucking figure it out. It's up to you, bro. Go to town. Go nuts. Fuck up your build. Do something stupid. Do something fun. Do something interesting. Final Fantasy, if you were a brand new player to MMORPGs, Final Fantasy gets you more off global cooldowns later on. I know that. I'm aware of that. However, that's exactly why I put this here. I'm judging this as what would happen if someone comes into this game and they just start playing it. Not at the end game where things get improved, where they've changed the systems, where things might be better or things might be worse. I'm looking at this from what is the first impression like? What is the very first impression of this like? What does it look like from baseline? You log in, you've never played this game before, you play a few hours, what does it feel like? And I think ESO beats it handily. The action combat's more engaging, it feels more dynamic. Yes, the combat is very fucking floaty. It is more, how do I say this? It's more engaging. At least from a baseline perspective. Final Fantasy is the kind of game I would tell someone who's never played an MMORPG before to go and play. By comparison. But that's not me. I've played very many MMORPGs. I've played them since I was like a little fucklet. Since I could barely form words. Still can't read. So I think ESO beats it out. ESO is easier to lock in like a shooter game. It is. ESO is a lot easier from a gameplay perspective on the average gameplay loop that you're doing. Right? Next up, quests. Quest is an interesting one. Quest is an interesting one because Final Fantasy gives you a lot of fucking text whenever you talk to someone. Very little voice acting. You have to read through all of that shit if you care about it. When you go and do a quest, it's basic bitch shit when it comes down to the Final Fantasy early quests. Today I had my second class learning JavaScript. Ooh, I'm sorry for your loss. I do not know half of the words being spoken. I might go back to load boxes on trucks. Yeah, you're going to need a dictionary for that shit. What you need to get is that book, that JavaScript for Dummies, and just read through that and you'll be fine. So, quests are very basic bitch in Final Fantasy. However, there is an immersion factor that happens with Final Fantasy quests. It's telling you what you're doing, why you're doing it, why it's important, and when you're done doing it, every single NPC involved sucks you off like you are Jesus. Return back to Earth. Wait till you see the difficulty and the difference in dungeons between... Oh, no, I've seen both. I've seen both at a low level. Oh shit, that reminds me, I did actually leave one of these out. I did actually leave one out. Whoops. That's meant to be right there. So when it comes to quests, Final Fantasy basic bitch gets you involved, gets you immersed more in the world around you. The most frustrating thing about any Final Fantasy quest is not the quest itself, it's trying to fucking figure out when the fuck, which fucking map you have to open to figure out where the hell you're going. By comparison, ESO quests. A lot of talking, a lot of backstory, a lot of lore dumping. And it kind of puts you in this catatonic state where you kind of forget what the quest giver's trying to tell you to do because they just don't shut the fuck up. The way ESO quests read when you talk to an NPC is like looking up a cooking recipe online where you have to learn about fucking Grandpa Dinglesberry's fucking back breaking in 1927 and that's why he came up with a fucking recipe for cookies before you go out into the world. Quests in ESO, when you're doing them, Generally speaking, it seems to be the same things over and over again. Final Fantasy is no better in this regard, but it's the same thing. It's the same problem all old MMOs have. It is go out, kill some shit, and come back. It is go out, interact with something out in the world, come back. Same thing with Final Fantasy. When it comes to the overall design of the quests, however, the overall, pacing of the quests, the systems behind it, why you're doing what you're doing, why is that important, what does this matter in the broader scope of things, what does this teach you about the world? I think that Final Fantasy's got it. By a nutsack of a hair's breadth. I think quests when it comes to Final Fantasy are just better paced. Whereas ESO has this problem where it's like you kind of get lost in the world. There's so many side quests that you can completely miss the main quest. There's so much other shit inside of ESO that you're going to get lost on what is the main direction of the game. ESO being all voice acted is nice though. It is very nice that their quests are voice acted. That's why I say this is kind of very fucking hard to decide when it comes on quests, because they are so goddamn similar in so many regards. But I think when it comes to it, I think quests, Final Fantasy's got it. Ziv quests are better when you have teleports for where you need to go. Yeah, you need money for that though. My character's broke as fuck. Dungeons. This is the most recent one I've experienced. The dungeons for ESO and the dungeons for Final Fantasy XIV. Final Fantasy XIV is really nice, really kind. It holds your hand, it cups you like a baby and puts you to the breast that is the breast milk of the dungeons. Things move generally slower. Combat is slower. It's more paced. The design of the dungeons seem better than they do in ESO. However, dungeons, generally speaking, aren't about dungeon design so much as let me go and kill some shit and feel awesome. And I've done them both as a tank now. ESO, by comparison, it's just a fucking mad sprint. Holy shit. It's just people sprinting like fucking crazy because they don't give a shit about the dungeon. It's just, you are a blender and everything that gets in your way is fucking meat that needs to be shredded. And I'm gonna be honest, this is personal preference. This is 100% personal preference. I think ESO's got it. And that's a wild thing for me to fucking say, because usually I would fucking despise how you have to sprint your way through dungeons. I fucking hate that. I despise that in Guild Wars 2. However, the thing that holds the dungeons together is the gameplay. It keeps you active, it keeps you engaged, you're always doing something, there's no slowing down, the pacing is a lot faster, it's a lot speedier, that's just how it is. So I think by dungeons, this is going to be personal preference, and my personal preference is ESO. ESO just has that hands down, because the dungeons are slow, they're methodical, they're paced, they are exceptionally well designed in Final Fantasy XIV for someone who has never played an MMORPG before. So I can 100% understand if someone else would prefer the Final Fantasy dungeons over what you see in ESO. Ziv dungeons, slow the fuck down. We gotta teach you how to group content first. ESO dungeons, trial by fire. They throw you in the deep end with these dungeons. They're just like, fuck you. Start running, bitch. Hit that shift key. Don't stop. Don't fucking stop. ESO is very much baby's first MMO when it comes to dungeons. So it's 100% down to personal preference because they work so differently because of their gameplay loop. When I did the last patch's main story questline in 14, I was blown away that the only one quest was unvoiced. That's depressing, but that might mean they actually got more money to operate finally. I hope so. I hope there's more voice acting in the future. Next one, style and vibe. This again is 100% opinion based. 100% based on opinion. There is no way that this is going to be objective. The style and vibe of ESO, the world, the monsters you beat out, everything you're going through in the world is so flavored in the way of the Elder Scrolls kind of franchise as a whole. It's exceptional in a lot of ways. It's brilliant. The style and vibe, Final Fantasy by comparison, is very, very much anime bullshit game. I think the thing that is a deciding factor personally for me when it comes to style and vibe, this is going to be a weird one, but I think it comes down to your character. The style and vibe of both are brilliant. The style and vibe of both are exactly what I would expect out of each separate franchise. ESO thrives on the fact that it's part of the Elder Scrolls lore. Final Fantasy thrives on the fact that they're part of the Final Fantasy lore, and they both lean into it real fucking hard. Final Fantasy looks visually great, but too inconsistent in their lore and setting. It's like I'm inside VR chat server playing beside some anime girl and furry and midget Knuckles inside a tank. So I don't know how inconsistent Final Fantasy lore is, right? I'm not deep into Final Fantasy. What I have seen so far has been decently coherent. It's been... I know why my character's there. I know what's happening in the world around me. Everything is visually clear. Everything is, from a story perspective so far, clear and fundamental. But at the same time, ESO is like, you just fucking exist, fuck you. It's very much in the flavor of what you would expect from a game that is part of the Elder Scrolls. ESO is not bland style-wise. They made their style... you're thinking about the 90s, hold on. Funnily enough, every Final Fantasy is a standalone game, and I can confirm that a lot of the mechanical stuff is Magitech. Well, yeah, but I am saying the general theming, right? The general theming of Final Fantasy is very what I exactly expected out of Final Fantasy as someone who has never engaged with Final Fantasy before. At the same time, I've engaged a lot with Elder Scrolls lore. I know a lot of wacky shit about it. And ESO fits that wacky shit. It really does. The fuck? I'm hearing weird shit going on downstairs. Give me a second. I'm having an Africa moment. I will be right back. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Nope, all good. All good. There we go. Right. Sorry about that. It's just loud banging noises coming from downstairs, and it's not coming from my house, so it's not my fucking problem. Right, where was I? So, when it comes to style and vibe between these two, between ESO and Final Fantasy, I gotta give a half a point to each, because honestly, I cannot decide which one I prefer more. They are so different. They are such different mechanisms, but both of them work. I could see why one person would prefer one over the other, and I cannot fucking make a decision on this. I thought about this for an hour today, or longer, while my power was out, while I sat in the fucking dark like a goddamn African in a mud hut, wondering when God's gonna electrocute me. I cannot figure out which one's better. Loud banging noises, that poor little black lady is working your neighbor hard. Yeah, I mean, it fucking might be that. Or they might be in an argument right now. I can't figure that out. Next, world building. Final Fantasy world building. The world has a reason to exist. It is manufactured in a way that everything has a set reason for being exactly where it is. I can tell immediately by looking at Final Fantasy that there is probably an internal design document somewhere that has all of the lore of every single little region pieced out to be exactly where it is. By comparison, I think ESO cheats a little bit when it comes to the lore, when it comes to its world building overall. I think that ESO builds its world based on what it previously had, so they didn't have to put in that much work or thought to it. They just had to kind of take all the disparate pieces they already had and smush them together into one game. The world building and mechanics of ESO feels like a lot of filler, whereas a lot of the world building inside of Final Fantasy feels like it exists there for a reason. 14 is worse, less customization. World was so bad it burned down to get replaced, but they replaced it with something good. They replaced it with something good. Right, we'll get to the actual lore. I'm talking about the design of the world itself, the mechanism by which things exist within the world. Right? There's a temple over here, there's a city over here, there's a landing over here. This is why this place hates that place. These are the mechanics, these are the different countries, these are the maps, this is how everything is designed. And I think purely based on the fact that Final Fantasy already fucked it up once, had to remanufacture their entire game using a Realm Reborn, I think they did a pretty fucking solid job at that. By comparison, ESO had to take like a billion different pieces of shit that they'd built over like decades and try and shove it into one game and make it work. And they had to change the timeline. When it comes to world building, playing through it as a new character of what I've seen so far, the worst part about it is the new player experience that I've had inside of Final Fantasy, because Limsa Lomsa feels generic as fuck. It feels exactly like every single fucking bullshit isekai anime that I've tried to read, where the world looks exactly the same as all of those animes. Every single place looks like it's just, here's the field that you're supposed to go out into and become like an unstoppable god. Now the cities, by comparison, the cities inside of Final Fantasy are better than ESO. Much better. The cities are multi-level. You have to go to different places. They've had to think about how they've designed them. They've had to instance certain areas to make it easier. Whereas ESO, it's kind of like we shit out a city in this place because it was in our lore, and then we just kind of worked from there. Easier to navigate than Final Fantasy. A lot easier to navigate. So when it comes to world building, this is another one that is like just barely by the breadth of a fucking bull hair. I think Final Fantasy's got it over ESO. Only because I think ZeniMax Studios could have done a better job. Not because ESO is bad, but because I genuinely believe that they could have done a much better job when it came to building the world themselves. And maybe this is the problem, is if I played ESO further than this, my opinion might change. If I played Final Fantasy further than this, my opinion might have fucking changed on this. Maybe, but ESO doesn't fuck up the map and their cities are simple and normal enough. You can live in it, while Final Fantasy, I don't know, I would just want to leave. If you've seen the way people design shit today, it's very easy to get fucking lost and not know where you are. If you didn't have a GPS system strapped to you, like you have in both ESO and Final Fantasy, you'd get lost as fuck in both. I will say, ESO's world building feels a lot simpler, right? Not because it's not complex, but because they've pulled from a bunch of backstory and lore before the game even existed. Whereas Final Fantasy had to build that shit from scratch. Characters. When it comes to characters, do I even need to make a fucking argument about this? The characters in ESO look like hot dog shit. They look like trash. How the fuck do you have every other Elder Scrolls role-playing game look better, even Morrowind, than what you see in ESO? Every character feels like a putty-esque imagination of someone trying to remember from a dream what ESO characters look like. Final Fantasy, by comparison, clear visually, very pretty. Bunny girls are hot as fuck. There needs to be more of them in the game. Every character seems to serve a purpose, even if they are throwaway characters. I think when it comes to characters, the downside of Final Fantasy characters is that every fucking character you meet has to fucking suck you up and down until your testicles leave your fucking urethra, because everyone is treating you like your god returned to Earth. Characters in ESO, their problem is everyone needs to give you their goddamn backstory. You could skip a lot of the voice actor text in ESO and nothing changes. I haven't been doing that many side quests in Final Fantasy, so maybe it's the same, but there seems to be a lot less, let me tell you about my great-grandfather. In the beginning, there was a rock, and that rock took a shit, and then the universe existed, and now let me tell you about my family lineage all the way back to when we were all fucking Oonga Boongas in the bushes. There's less of that in Final Fantasy. But Lolafels, I don't give no fuck about no Lolafels. They can go fuck off. I'm talking about characters, not creatures here. I'm not talking about animals. I'm talking about actual characters. I think when it comes to characters, purely based on the design, the way they look, the fucking, the, like, exposition of lore that they give you every time you talk to them, their positioning within the world, why they are where they are, and what they're doing, it's Final Fantasy. My problem with ESO is that there are so many fucking characters that feel absolutely worthless, that feel like they're there for no fucking reason whatsoever, other than the fact that the devs wanted to give you another way to boost your XP, so they're gonna give you another fucking side quest. The characters in ESO are not bad, but they do feel... Yeah, this is the only way to describe it, right? This is every character in ESO. This is every single character. Hello there, stranger. I seem to have lost my great-grandfather's sword in a tomb. I need you to go to the tomb and recover it. But before you do, I need to tell you about the hidden secret that has cursed my family for long eternity. You see, 600 years ago, when my grandmother walked these lands, she fucked a mud crab. And now Dagoth may have enjoyed the scene very much, but Kinnereth didn't. And because of that, we've been cursed. Please, adventurer, take me with you into the cave. And therefore we can find the sword. And mayhap my family may be saved from the curse. What does the sword have to do with the curse? Not much, but maybe it'll help me find a way to remove it. Find out in the quest that happens after this one. That's my problem with it. Every fucking character, every side quest character feels exactly like that to me. Every single one. It's frustrating. It's frustrating because I know they can do better. That's why I think Final Fantasy characters win out. Just barely, but they win out. Less exposition even if you have to read. There's a group of pirates in Final Fantasy XIV that's entirely women, and they have male sex slaves. Where do I sign up? And that's not even a story moment. You just get it from investigating the bar in Limsa. Nice. Nice. Cinemax. So, next, on to the lore. The lore in both is fucking deep. ESO has a lot to pull from. ESO has all the previous Elder Scrolls games to pull from. There's a lot of wacky bullshit that goes on when it comes to the ESO lore. There's a lot of things. There's like random books that you can find that'll tell you about the entire fucking thing. There's a deep and fundamental system to every single thing that's occurring. Everything is unique. The Dark Elf areas are unique. The Argonian areas are unique. Yes, I did look up a few YouTube videos on the other starting areas and what they look like. Everything has a design, a theme, a reason for its lore. There's a backstory and a world to everything. There's gods being involved and fucking Daedra and a whole bunch of shit, and you're getting fucked with by ghosts, and they didn't lean out of the harder experiences when it came to that. There is quite literally a quest in ESO with the main story quest line where there's that half giant bitch who her dad's like, I shouldn't have come inside your mother. They didn't dodge out of that. Final Fantasy lore, for all of the gods and monsters and world and everything that's going on, it's very, very much generic anime-esque in a lot of senses. It is super, super anime-esque. It's generic in a lot of ways. There is a big world, there's a big lore, there's all of that shit. Now keep in mind, I'm not talking about the story. I'm not talking about the story here. I have not gotten deep enough into the story of either to make that decision. That's why there's no story on this. The lore, so far as I can tell in Final Fantasy, is the world was kind of destroyed. There's a guy with a French name who decided that he was going to fart at the moon while it was tunneling towards the fucking planet, and they shit me out in Limsa Lomsa next to the worst human being existing, Baterin. ESO lore, as far as I can tell, and what I've seen, is fucking deep. It is consistent with every other Elder Scrolls game in that sense. It matches up with its theming, its world building, its design. It's fucking insane. It's insane, is what it is. The fact that they were brave enough to put a god of rape in the game is fucking... Man, that hits deep. Thank God they have that. I didn't have a computer for a long time, so my first Elder Scrolls was Skyrim, and I didn't pay much attention to the lore there. Was just a murder hobo. I wish lore was more forcefully spoon-fed. Honestly, I prefer when it isn't. I honestly prefer when, if you want to figure out the most complex components of the lore, you've got to go looking for it. I think when it comes to the lore, from what I've seen, Again, obviously, if I was at endgame, maybe this would be different. From what I've seen, I think the lore inside of ESO beats out the lore of Final Fantasy. Just based on what a new player would be going through and to be seeing overall. To be fair, as far as Final Fantasy lore goes, they did have to create everything from scratch from the game, while ESO has the entire TES lore. Yes, that is fair. However, when it comes to Final Fantasy, my issue is that it feels like the beginning of every isekai anime story, right? I've been getting into anime for a little while now, since I think last year. And honestly, I went down the isekai rabbit hole. I did. And I'm gonna be honest, it fucking started grating on my soul. Because isekai anime story is the exact same thing. Some fucking loser gets hit by a bus, he ends up in a fantasy world, and all of a sudden he's a Giga Chad with the ultimate fucking powers. If you've watched one isekai anime story, you've watched them all. The lore, the way the world works and functions in Final Fantasy gives me the same fucking feeling. It gives me the same fucking feeling as all of those animes. It feels very generic from a first impression. It's like, this is an anime game. This is the game that does the anime things. And it does the anime things that all the other anime things do. That's the problem there. Bro says he knows isekai but can't even properly tell the iconic death scene. I'm using bus as a meme. The iconic death scene is one of two things. The more common one that occurs is the guy getting hit by a truck. The less common one is the guy gets stabbed or killed, or he sacrifices himself for the hot bitch in the anime who comes back later because she also got isekai'd at a later point in time. It's the same thing, okay? It's the same thing. It's always the same thing. And it's always some fucking loser. It's always some fucking loser who's like, life is dog shit, and then all of a sudden he has a second chance and he's a god. That's the problem. It feels very anime generic. So I gotta give the lore to ESO. Maybe that's because they've got a lot more to pull from. Maybe that's because the lore that they built up over decades of time has been fucking wacky and unique and interesting and wild and all over the goddamn place forever. It's been like that since day one, and I think that's very interesting. By comparison, Final Fantasy, if I switched it out with another anime game that worked in a similar way, I probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Final Fantasy lore in 2.0 is def generic on a surface level, but they've developed the history, and it gets honestly insane. That's why I say this is a first impression, Frenchie, right? Because it might get interesting later. They might have deeper lore the further I get into it. But right now, on a surface level, from what I'm seeing, I think ESO lore beats it out. Even Elder Scrolls Arena had great lore. All of it had great lore. That's why I'm saying they had a lot of resources to pull from when it came to ESO. Whereas I think the Final Fantasy guys, because they were rushing fixing their world in A Realm Reborn, it kind of took a backseat to everything else they were doing. And they didn't really deeply get into it. The only isekai I've been able to sit through is Konosuba, but that is because it's an isekai that doesn't take itself serious and it makes fun of isekais in itself. The one I've managed, I've done a little bit of Konosuba, I haven't gotten that very far into it, right? The one I've sat through that seems to have some interesting nuance to it seems to be Mushoku Tensei. It's a little bit, I'm gonna be honest, it's a little bit fucking weird that there's like a 30-something-year-old dude in a kid's body and he's fucking a kid at some point. That's fucking weird. That's the most Japanese shit that could have ever happened. But barring that, it does make for an interesting story when it comes to isekais. At least Mushoku Tensei did some interesting things. I'll give it that. FFXIV is def in ARR just a setup that focuses on happenings of what's going on at that exact moment. Yes, I 100% agree with that. I think because they had to rush out A Realm Reborn to fix what they did in Final Fantasy, they had to rework everything. I think lore took a back seat, at least for that beginning experience. I think they went generic because they had no choice. They didn't have the time to work on it. They didn't have the ability to expand it out and go in different weird directions that no one else had gone through before, and that's why I think that the lore in ESO beats it out. Entry cost. Entry cost. Do you read manga too or just watch anime? I've read some manga stuff. Not much. The problem with reading manga is usually I sit there and I'm starting to read and I'm like, fuck, I gotta work. I can read 10 pages and I gotta fucking work. Fuck that. That's the problem with it. Whereas anime, I can just kind of throw in a second monitor and keep working while I'm doing it. So, entry cost. Final Fantasy XIV has an exceptional entry cost of 0 money spent. If you can figure out how to get their fucking free trial working. They don't make that shit easy. I had to go onto some other fucking weird website and type in a code and download the right one, and then I downloaded the wrong one, and it's like, you've got to have a subscription for this. I'm like, no, I'm looking for the free version. And then I had to install that. However, for the effort that you have to put in, you get something for free. ESO, by comparison, you have to buy the game first before you try it out. And if you're buying it through the Steam launcher and you're looking to get that refund later, you got 2 hours, congratulations, and you're not going to figure out much in 2 hours when playing an MMO. One difference is the narrative is definitely in ESO, you're the hero literally from tutorial onwards. In Final Fantasy XIV, for legit the first 25 levels of the expansion, the story that AR starts didn't finally finish till Endwalker, where Dawn Trail is the new setup for another story arc. I still feel like the hero of the universe inside of Final Fantasy XIV. Everyone sucks you off when you complete a quest. Everyone's sucking you off. Everyone's fucking riding up and down on your fucking schmeat about killing one monkey out in the forest. So, the free trial... You're right, actually, Buttons. The free trial for Final Fantasy is an IQ test to see if you can fucking play their game. ESO you have to buy to play initially. When it comes to getting into the game, one of the things I did like about Final Fantasy, they didn't push the fucking cash shop on me. They didn't open up a secondary currency on me. They didn't tell me I need to use this fucking secondary currency system. I'm missing out on things from day one because I didn't buy the super secret battle pass that happened. By comparison, ESO, you open it up, it hits you with the cash shop. It tells you about the currencies, it gives you some pop-ups, daily login rewards, all of that shit. I think when it comes to entry cost, purely based on the fact that you get so much out of Final Fantasy for absolutely 0 money investment, it beats out ESO. It just gives you that shit, and it's like, here's some expansions with it. Go have fun. The one downside I can see when it comes to the Final Fantasy entry cost is if you start up with a subscription, there's no going back to the free trial. You're never going back to the free trial. There's no, oh, okay, you want to unsub? You can keep playing. No, it's like, suck my cock, give me money. Fuck you. By comparison, the upside of ESO is you buy once, there's no subscription fee. If you have the willpower of someone who's got an IQ above 70, you don't have to deal with the cash shop. You don't have to care about it. At least not at the point that I'm playing the game at. I played ESO a bunch of years ago and never bought anything. You bought the game, didn't you? You bought the game, so you did buy something. ESO is a mental stability check on your paycheck after you've bought the game. Final Fantasy is an IQ check of can you figure out how to install the free trial. So I think on entry cost, Final Fantasy's got it just because it's free. And they give you a couple of expansions. They don't pressure you with a bunch of shit. They don't keep on giving you a bunch of pop-ups about it. I also just generally don't like the over-monetization that I've seen when it comes to ESO. That's where we get into the next one. The overall monetization. The monetization inside of ESO pisses me the fuck off. On a personal level, ESO's monetization pisses me off. Because there's so much shit in the cash shops, and I've seen the forums of people complaining, saying that you need to buy shit in the cash shop. I don't know how true that is, but a lot of it seems frustrating to me. I don't like the way their cash shop keeps trying to crank shit out at you, that it keeps on with the pop-ups, that it keeps on pushing you. Final Fantasy monetization, sub fee. That's old school. That's real fucking old school by comparison. I honestly think they give you the expansions in the free trial because they know how much of a slog the base game MSQ is. Maybe, but it's still smart to offer it for free. If we're going to compare directly between the monetization practices of Final Fantasy to ESO, I think I much prefer the monetization practices of Final Fantasy so far over what ESO keeps on trying to push on me. So I think for now, Final Fantasy's got it. However, that might change. Because I know at some point in the future, if I keep on playing Final Fantasy, I'll get to a point where I have to hit the sub fee in order to continue the experience, and that might irritate the shit out of me. That is a barrier to continuing to play Final Fantasy. I remember totally ignoring the cash shop in ESO because it's bad, and having super limited storage in ESO. Yeah, I'm gonna have limited storage, I'm gonna have limited character capacity, I'm not using the cash shop for anything, I'm not playing the game at a high-end level, so I can just fucking ignore it. But if I got to max level and wanted to play ESO at a high level, that's when you've got to dig into the monetization of it. So I think overall monetization, for now, as someone who's just started playing this, as a first impression, I think Final Fantasy's handily got this one. I missed a paid message. Fuck me. What the hell's happening with my alerts? They're supposed to be working. God damn it. Where are they? What? Oh, there we go. When can we review a hentai on stream? Thank you for the $2, Hentai Man. That's your name from now on, Lucid, is Hentai Man. I would love to review hentai on stream, but here's the problem is I don't jack off to them Chinese cartoons. It's not for me. You know what actually turned me off of jacking off to any of that shit? Was one day I was in school and I was fucking sitting there. We were in the IT room. It was late. I was finishing a project. I finished my project. I handed it in. Guy comes to me, please, bro. David. His name was David. He came to me. He's like, please, bro, I need to finish my project. I've lost my login details. Please, bro, just please don't log out of your thing. Just give me your login details. Bro, I need this. Please I don't want to fail this class. Please, I'm begging you. And I fucking believed that piece of shit. I believed that fucker. Week later, I'm pulled into the principal's office, and the principal turns around a laptop, and there's just a picture of Chi-Chi from Dragon Ball Z with the biggest fucking tits I've ever seen in my life. And he's like, would you like to explain this to me? so hentai porn, instant bad memory for me, just makes me fucking angry. I had to get that whole thing solved. They had to pull up camera footage from the fucking IT room so that I could prove it wasn't me and it was David. Fuck, it pissed me off so much. He was fucking gooning on my fucking school account at school to Dragon Ball Z porn. So hentai review, I'm not gonna be very fucking good at that. That one's gonna be a fucking skip also because I have to go get me banned off of YouTube if I'm being honest. Let's be honest. Cultured man, Chi-Chi was hot. Chi-Chi was a hot piece of ass. Goku fucking pounded that bitch and left and made Piccolo raise his children. So, new player experience. When it comes to the fundamental new player experience of each, Final Fantasy is very hand-holdy. Final Fantasy is very much, we're gonna, here you go, little baby, kiss on the head, I'm gonna give you everything you need, this is how you press the 1 button, this is how you move up and down, this is the button that takes you to your gear. Oh, Oh, look at him go, yay! By comparison, ESO is an alcoholic father. You show up and he forgot he had kids. It's just like, I didn't know you were here. Just, I don't know, just go to the backyard and play with some rocks or some shit. I don't give no fucks what you do, kid. Your mom ruined me. ESO don't give a fuck. ESO's just kind of like throw you out in the wild and figure it out for yourself for the most part. It just doesn't fucking care. It fucking shits out a bad UI at you and it's just like, yeah, whatever. Just figure it out. It's not up to me. This is your problem now. And we'll put some markers at the top of the screen so you can maybe click on them if you notice them. Bulma turned Vegeta good. That's even more of an achievement. Bulma must have some mad pussy for what she did to Vegeta. She's got to be doing some fucking wild shit in the bedroom. DBZ is the one where the black guy is the good parent. And he's not even black, he's green. I think when it comes to new play experience, this is personal. I think just based on the fact that what happens with the world building, well, not the world building, the lore, and how generic it is, and how the build-up is a lot slower, and how it doesn't get you into the gameplay very quick, and you have to read like a wall of fucking text. You have to read a light novel in order to get there. I think ESO is personal preference. That's the one that works out for me better than what I've seen in Final Fantasy. That's not to say that the new play experience in Final Fantasy is bad. It's just, this is personal preference. I kind of like the alcoholic father experience. It takes me back to being a kid. Yeah, kid, just do whatever the fuck. Not my problem. Do whatever the fuck you want. Yeah. Oh, that's your auto attack. Well done. You read the tooltip. Dad's gonna go call up some hookers now. Bye. I think just because of that, just because the world setting is interesting, you get thrown out, it takes you through a very short tutorial in the beginning of the game. It's dynamic, it keeps you engaged. There's no stop-start like there is when it comes to Final Fantasy. You're not reading an infinite amount of text. It gives you a little bit of a lore bump into ESO, and then it takes you to the real world. I think the new play experience inside of that is just better than Final Fantasy. Because what happens in Final Fantasy, or at least what happened to me, I was on a boat, I got into Limsa Lomsa, and then I need to spend 45 fucking minutes talking to Betarin and trying to figure out what the fuck that pirate man is saying to me. And that leads to the next one, degree of freedom. Degree of freedom is an interesting one. Because currently, I do not see much of a degree of freedom when it comes to Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy doesn't have much of a degree of freedom. It is, you will do these set quests in this set mechanism by the way we tell you to do it, and you will learn how this fucking game works because you're not gonna fuck up the dungeons for everyone else, you piece of shit. You have to go through this linear path. Oh, you want to do a different job? Do the job quests, bitch. You will do these fucking job quests that every other person has done ad infinitum. There is no go out and explore the world. There is none of that. You're not going out and doing all this unique shit. You're going to do the exact same thing that everyone else has done. It is an MMORPG on fucking rails. And you're in a wheelchair and you're being pushed by God's strongest Down syndrome kid down that railroad track and no one's fucking stopping him. Because at the end there's a grilled cheese sandwich waiting for him. You will do the MSQ. You will follow this linear path. You will do these quests that we tell you to do. End of fucking story. By comparison, ESO, again, alcoholic father, throws you into the backyard with 3 pit bulls, and you gotta find a stick real fast. You do whatever the fuck you want. You get out into that world and it's like, yeah, there's this kind of side quest thing maybe. Yeah, there's a main quest, but we couldn't give enough of a shit. You want to go explore the world? Fuck off. Go explore the world. Go run to this village. See what's down there. Who gives a shit? Yeah, you want to go swim in the Arctic water? Yeah, you go swim in the Arctic water, buddy. You do whatever the fuck you feel like it. So I think when it comes down to that, ESO has got things when it comes to degree of freedom versus Final Fantasy XIV. Final Fantasy XIV, you're locked into X-Pac. You're in on the main quest and the job quest first always. Yes. It's on rails. It's on rails. I wonder how this early game experience would have played out if he had picked Gladiator instead of Marauder. Means his first 15 levels are in the Lalafell country. Well, then Final Fantasy would have lost, hands down. Hands down, it would have fucking lost. I have a question for you. Which do you think is better new play experience in Final Fantasy XIV? Reading pirate speech or some random Lalafell player asking you to shit in their mouth? That's not as easy of a decision to make as you would think. But I think pirate speech beats it out barely because you can choose to just skip everything Veteran says. You'll have no fucking clue what he wants from you. You'll just follow the quest markers, but you can just spam your way through it and just not give a fuck about what he says. Whereas my buddy who's played fucking Final Fantasy walked into that desert city and it was a player harassing him, asking him to shit in his mouth RP style. And there's no escaping that because that Lalafell was going to chase him. Ironically, ARR dungeons were closer to vanilla WoW dungeons. Then they went and made it all linear because people whined about it being confusing. They shouldn't have listened. They shouldn't have listened. They shouldn't have listened. They took all that fucking freedom away. And I dislike that. After that, they're pointless unless you want lore. Wait, hold on. Job quests stop being a thing after 60 or 70. You've got to get all the way to fucking 60 or 70 before you have to stop caring about them? Listening to MMO players is a terrible fucking idea, Faith. It's a miserable idea. So, degree of freedom, ESO has it. I'm sorry, ESO has it. It's the alcoholic father that dropped you in the backyard. It's up to you. Do whatever the fuck you feel like it. The game is like, we're not your dad. We're not your dad. We don't give no fucks about you. We're gonna go in the house and fuck your mom. You do whatever you want. I got you a Ninja Turtle. Play with it if you feel like it. Introduce yourself to Cupcake, my new Pitbull Terrier. They also dumbed down the dungeons so AI could run them with people. That's even worse. At least Final Fantasy didn't like WoW. We're not talking about WoW here. We're not talking about that dog shit. That fucking, if I had to put WoW here, it would just be WoW wins nothing by comparison. It would just be a bunch of fucking L's for WoW. At least the retail version of the game. So, when it comes to character progression. The character progression when it comes to Final Fantasy. Did Demerid get executed? He already got cut out. I had to put up another poll, so we got rid of him early today. When it comes to character progression, I think Final Fantasy's character progression is very direct, very forward, because the game is on rails, because it tells you what you gotta do, what you're doing, and where you're going, why you're going there, and what you're doing. Again, because it tells you a million times what you're doing. Character progression is very simple and straightforward to follow. Character progression inside of ESO is a lost cause. When you give people a lot of freedom, you also give them a lot of freedom to fuck things up. There is never strong character progression that you feel throughout ESO because it's kind of just do whatever the fuck you want. So where your degree of freedom is an upside, it becomes a downside towards character progression. And I think your character progression makes a lot more sense in Final Fantasy XIV, and I think that happens because the game is on rails. It's strong character progression with low degree of freedom. Skill points are a fun mechanic, and you're not gated by having to recruit other players. Skill points are a fun mechanic, right? Skill points are a fun mechanic. But think about it this way. I'm not talking about the mechanical set of your character progression. I'm talking about your character's place within the world, right? Yes, if we're talking about mechanics, ESO's got it. That's why that's up there. I'm talking about your place within the world and what's happening around you. Your character progresses at a certain pace in Final Fantasy XIV that is set out in a path that has a rhythm to it. You're going through certain things in certain ways. It's a game on rails, and because of that, it's got strong character progression for your character that you're building and playing. Character progression when it comes to ESO is just kind of do whatever the fuck you want. You could get lost. You don't know what you're doing. You're all over the place, and that's why it doesn't feel as strong. High freedom, low character progression strength. Whereas, when it comes to Final Fantasy, low degree of freedom, strong character progression sense. Have you progressed IRL so far that the hair still has to catch up? No, there was just never any hair to begin with. It's all over. Your character in Final Fantasy progresses because they feel like they are a set piece to the world. Your character in ESO is progressing mechanically from a gameplay perspective because you are leveling up, not because it feels like you're becoming part of the world and being embedded in it and being part of a larger story, blah blah blah, all of that. It feels more personalized, and that's fine. But I think when it comes to character progression, the obvious choice becomes Final Fantasy in that sense. Next one, frustration points. Which parts of these games piss me off more? Final Fantasy, the parts that piss me off is the fact that they have such an exceptional game and they don't have voice acting. The parts that piss me off is the fact that the game is so slow paced. The parts that pissed me off are the global cooldowns. But they don't piss me off that much. They really don't. ESO has one massive frustration point to it. One massive fucking frustration point to it. And it always feels like they could have done better. That's what it is. Every time I play ESO, I keep on looking at the world, the things I'm doing, the buttons I'm pressing, the things I'm engaging in, and I'm like, this could have been better than what it currently is. The action combat could be better. The combat could be less floaty. The crafting feels fucking weird. They fill up my fucking bags very quickly. Right? It's annoying because it's like any Elder Scrolls game you play that's not ESO. You then go play ESO, and you're like, why the fuck couldn't they have done better in ESO? That's the thing that infuriates me about it. In ESO, they avoid a lot of frustration in that it's designed in such a way where the jank and the weaknesses don't get in the way of your gameplay. Everything moves smoothly. Yes, it does move smoothly. It moves very smoothly. It's a very continuous, flowing path of what you're doing, where everything, the jank kind of goes by the wayside. But what annoys me is that it doesn't feel like the jank should be there at all. It feels like ESO is supposed to be a better game than what it currently is. And so I think when it comes to frustration points, particularly because of the cash shop, particularly because of the UI, because of the lore dumping, the story, all the text, even the fact that it's voice acted and stuff, I think it's more frustrating inside of ESO than it is inside of Final Fantasy. But I gotta be honest, neither of these games have given me an uninstall moment. None of these games have made me want to lose my fucking shit. None of these games have made me think to myself, I never want to touch this fucking game ever again. Now on to the important one. Now on to the real fucking important one. The community. Do you know about Skyrim Online? I think that's your next play. I've heard about it. I've watched a few Sawman videos on it. I'm probably gonna do that at some point in time, assuming that my internet connection holds. The community. Oh, fucking boy. Oh, boy. Oh, holy sweet fucking shit, is it bad in Final Fantasy if me, a literal nobody, plays fucking Final Fantasy and Demaret shows up out of nowhere. That fucking Sonic enjoying fuck just showed up. He just appeared and started blasting the fucking N-word. Every time I go onto Twitter and I look at what I see on the Final Fantasy community, it's just fucking one side against the other. And it's not even about the fucking game. It's like a streamer is calling someone a tranny, and then there's like a million comments under there saying they're gonna report them to the fucking Final Fantasy devs. It's just a bunch of fucking gooners. It's a bunch of fucking weirdos who are doing the weirdest shit, and I cannot live down the moment that I played with my buddies, and the first thing we did when we walked into the desert city past the big door, he got a lalafell that said, "Please shit in my mouth." Good fucking God. What a set of degenerates any normal Final Fantasy player has to deal with. Holy shit. The toxic positivity of the Final Fantasy community is legendary. People who've never played MMOs before know about the Final Fantasy community. That's how bad it is. Demaret is the tip of the iceberg. Look up the doxing and harassment of someone called Scott Zone. The Final Fantasy XIV community harassed the shit out of him to the point that he quit content creation and the internet entirely. I'm unsurprised by that. We're getting to that. I did a little bit of a deep dive. I had to do this on my phone because I had no power. I did a little bit of a deep dive into the Final Fantasy community history. There are so many fucking stories about people doxing other people, about people fucking going after each other for like fucking political opinions that don't fucking matter. There are so many people losing their shit at each other over stuff that has nothing to do with the game itself. Now, by comparison, I gotta say, the ESO community, they seem pretty well bonded together. They seem to be united in a purpose. They are like old school blacks at a Black Panther rally. All of them fucking hate the devs. The ESO community unites together like fucking Captain Planet to shit on ZeniMax every now and then. All of them lose their fucking shit at the devs. But I have not seen nearly as much drama in the ESO community. I have not seen people going out of their way to hate each other for different political opinions. I have not seen people fucking doxing people and fucking ruining their lives and calling their work and trying to ruin everyone's fucking day. The trons in Final Fantasy XIV are now gearing up to report Brigade Zeppler, not because of any political statements she made, but because she played a Harry Potter game. Well, there you go. What I have to say for my personal experience with the communities. For the most part, both the Final Fantasy communities and the ESO communities have been helpful. They have been nice. They have been explanatory of how the game works. They have been generally friendly. But the difference is that when it comes to the ESO community, I feel like they're a bunch of fat boomers sitting around with a beer on a table somewhere. They're taking a sip of a beer, and then they're typing out some shit like, yeah, just do this thing, bro. Don't worry about it. It's fine. You'll figure it out. Now you can skip that dialogue. It doesn't actually matter. Yeah, don't worry about that stuff. It's not that important. They seem laid back. The ESO community, I mean, the Final Fantasy community, by comparison, feels like they're being nice because they're trying to, like, drag you into, like, a spider web hole. They feel like they're being like, step into my web. Come down here. Yes. Come into the cave with all the Final Fantasy players. And now that you're surrounded by all of us, tell us, did you vote for Trump? That's what it feels like. These fucking guys are wild. It feels like the niceness that you see in the Final Fantasy community is more of a trap than it is in the ESO community. That's what it feels like. The thing is, I doubt the Final Fantasy admins will do anything about it because they're Japanese and don't give a fuck about what someone played. I mean, they probably won't give a shit about what Zeppler did. They like those false reports, they're just probably going to shrug their shoulders and be like, yeah, fuck you. Unless the Final Fantasy devs are going the same way as the ArenaNet moderation team, and they're deciding to over-moderate the shit out of their game. They did ban that one guy recently because he said some fucking words. They did do that, and that's a little bit concerning. Will they like look at Zeppler and see all those mass reports and decide to ban her? Or will they look at Zeppler and not give a fuck? A Final Fantasy community is nice, like nice cult-like members, yes. They feel like a cult that's trying to get you to join the fucking Jehovah's Witnesses. And so when it comes down to it, I think the ESO community is more chill than the Final Fantasy community. These people seem like fucking psychos. They seem dangerous. They give me the same vibe that my ex used to give me, where she was nice with a reason so that she could trap you in a certain web of you saying a certain set of words that she would store as ammunition so that she could bring it up 3 months fucking later and ruin your fucking day. That's what it feels like. Also, Demerid. Let's be honest, Demerid just showed the fuck up in a literal nobody stream and just started blasting out the N-word. That's exactly what I expect. Ziv is definitely over-moderated. Their creepy community is because of how the game is moderated. Yeah, probably. Probably. When it comes to technical performance, moving on, because there's a lot to say about the fucking community. Moving on, technical performance. When it comes to these games, I can only report on the technical performance and the technical issues that I've had in each game. I have yet to have a single horrifying moment with technical performance when it comes to ESO or Final Fantasy. Both of these games run smooth. I don't know what other people's performance issues have been. I don't know what other people have gone through. But so far, neither of these games have fucked with me at all. Do we even know where Demerid came from? Like, is he a Final Fantasy 14 player? Yes, he's a Final Fantasy 14 player. You can tell because Lamatard is his hero. As he kept on blasting at me the first time he did this. You also run a 4090. I do run a 4090. I do run an Intel 13th gen core. That's, I had to have a few patch updates to fix it. But server issues, technical issues. Oh, I'm dying here. Oh, I left my window open and some fucking truck just drove by my house. Give me a sec. Oh, that's better. When it comes to either of them, I've yet to experience a disastrous, catastrophic technical issue. I've yet to see something that's gone horribly wrong. I click to open the game opens, it just plays. The thing is with Xenos, he showed his ass at the last couple of fan fests in front of Final Fantasy employees, so he kind of had a target on his back, though I don't agree a game company should police what people do outside their game. Well, I mean, that's the same situation as me. They put a target on my back and then they decided they're going to find an excuse to get rid of me, right? That's what they did with Guild Wars 2. So I think it's fucking stupid. Right? Whether he had a target on his back or not, I think that's fucking stupid. So, technical performance, I cannot decide. This one's a draw. This one ends up being a draw because both of them have not given me issues so far. On the same system, same specs, no updates, no changes that I've made personally, no overclocking, nothing like that. I have yet to see a single error message from both of those games. So technical performance, I think it's a draw. Both of them do exactly what they say they're going to do on the tin. So I cannot sit here and say one's worse than the other when it's just not. Final Fantasy XIV servers, for some fucking reason, are under constant DDoS attacks because all the data travels through one node that keeps getting hit, but it's mainly an NA issue. Yeah, well, I'm not playing on NA, so I can't even comment on that issue. I wouldn't know how bad it is, but I've not had to deal with the NA side of things and haven't had problems there. Xeno then was trying to make internet beef bigger after said event. I don't know the backstory. I don't really care. I don't think you should be punishing people in-game for out-of-game experiences. I don't think that's fair. I think that's fucking stupid. I think that's an overreach of moderation powers. I think that's dumb as fuck. So what if he showed his ass to someone? So what? Oh no, you had to look at a hairy man's ass. I've seen worse on the internet opening emails. In Final Fantasy XIV, the servers did disconnect me during a cutscene. I think I've only crashed on ESO a couple of times, then again I'm on console. Yeah, you see, I like, personally, this is why this has to be a personal one. I have not had issues with either, so that's a draw to me. Next one, and this kind of ties into the world building, but it kind of comes more down to personal vibe and feeling. God, my nose is itchy now. This comes down to personal vibe and feelings. Atmospheric immersion. Do you feel immersed? Do you get lost in playing your character? Do you get embodied in the spirit of the character you're playing? As opposed to doing that thing where you feel like you're mechanically playing a character, but you're not really engaged enough to lose yourself in the experience. I'm going to say this now. Both of them have done a good job of this. Final Fantasy gets you involved in what you're doing because you keep on interacting with characters who keep talking to you, telling you about what you're doing, why you're doing it, where you're going. You get little story pieces. You start to feel like you're playing your character. ESO does the same thing, but it does it from a gameplay perspective. It does it from the mechanical perspective of getting you embedded in your character. Because you have to focus on what you're doing. Everything is action combat-y. You have to focus on where you're going. You have to push buttons. You have to focus on running around the world, looking at the gorgeous world that they built up with your dog shit putty-esque character right in front of you. Which one immerses the character more in what you're doing? That's the real question this comes down to. When I said showing his ass, I didn't mean literally, you dumbass. Well, you fucking said showing his ass. I thought he was actually showing his hairy man ass to people. Mori was a dickhead to people at FanFest causing drama and shit. So he was trying to farm drama. Still don't think that's a reason to ban him or to get rid of him. Still don't think so, because it's out of game behavior. Just kick him out of the fucking event. Just tell him fuck off, go home, you're not allowed here. For the event. If he was misbehaving at the event, then get him out of the event. That doesn't mean ban him from the game. That's fucking stupid. I'm partial to ESO atmosphere because, again, Tamriel is just way more interesting to me. Atmospheric immersion is a real hard one, and I don't actually have an answer for this. So I'm going to be relying on you guys to convince me on this one. In conversations, your character actually speaks. In Elder Scrolls, in Final Fantasy XIV, you're awkwardly mute except for a few moments. That is a downside. I'll grant you that. That is a downside. It's hard. This one's a hard one. I think if I think about this, The thing that might maybe hold ESO mildly over Final Fantasy XIV is the engagement of the characters in the world. You talk to someone, they talk back. Every fucking night, that goddamn little dicked motherfucker in his unmuffled car just has to drive past. Every fucking night. God damn it. You said before you felt more a part of the world in Final Fantasy XIV because how it sets you on course of the story. That is also true. That is also true. Because its story is so much on rails and it like imbibes your character's abilities and shit. Fuck. I think this is a draw. The more I think about it, this is a draw because each of them has a different appeal to it when it comes to immersing you in what you're doing. Read your last message. Final Fantasy community is soft as fuck. They seem insane as fuck. They seem crazy. That's their problem. Yeah, I think it's a draw. Final Fantasy immerses you in the world using its story that's on rails. You talk to different characters, you learn about what you're doing, you're embedded in things. The low end of immersion when you're playing Final Fantasy is when you're actually out in the world fighting shit all the time. That's when it starts to take you out of the experience because it kind of feels like you're a lawnmower going through the grass most of the time. ESO, by comparison, it's not like the combat is difficult, but because it's more action combat-y, because you have to talk to characters and they talk back to you, that's where their immersion comes from, as opposed to getting you embedded within a deeper story for your character itself. They do immersion in a good way, but they do it differently, so I think that this one actually ends up being a draw. I think both of these end up being a draw. Because I genuinely cannot decide between the two. Personally, I like the idea of being a nobody in a huge world, but after a while the game has to justify why I'm still a nobody after doing so much in the world. It does, and I'm not at that point yet because I haven't reached that point in ESO. You mean this message? Imagine being an ass when Warframe players be baiting devs like this. What the fuck is if this is gonna pull me off track, I'm gonna fucking close it. Oh, of course. Okay. Yeah, well played. Well fucking played. Okay. Back on task. I should have expected that. I genuinely should have expected that from you. So, graphical fidelity. Graphical fidelity. ESO has better graphical fidelity. The guy who did that to her got banned from Warframe. That's retarded. That's borderline fucking retarded. Jesus Christ, that fucking guy came by my house and he just shit smoke in my window. Give me a sec. Oh my god, fuck. He's like fucked up this whole place. Ugh. Jesus, what a dickhead. So, ESO has better graphical fidelity than it pretends it has. ESO's graphical fidelity falls the fuck apart when it comes to your personal character. But the world is good, the thematic stylization of the world is good, the abilities have good particle effects on them, all the abilities are unique and visible and you know what's kinda going on unless there's like a mass mob of people just spamming shit on one mob. ESO, the environment looks awesome, but every single character model looks like dog shit. The biggest downside, the biggest drop, the biggest fuck up of ESO is that all of the characters look like a walking pile of potato head putty dog shit. They look like fucking trash. It's really, really weird when you look at the graphical fidelity. And that kind of takes you out of the experience a little bit. Jesus Christ, that fucking smoke. So, Final Fantasy, by comparison, what it's got going for it when it comes to graphical fidelity. Everything is consistent. The characters match the world. The environment is kind of generic. At least outside of Limsa, it's very generic. But it is consistent. I think when it comes to graphical fidelity, which is like the thing I don't really give a fuck about, I should have actually named that artistic stylization. The biggest downside of Final Fantasy is that it feels like generic anime bullshit. The biggest downside to ESO is why the fuck am I playing a RuneScape character in a beautiful world? Why does my character look more fucking low poly than the 7 pixels you saw from the first image ever created on film? I wish your face could look more than just fashion magazine supermodel in 14. So do I. But it seems like everyone has to be hot and sexy in Final Fantasy 14. That's why I say it's very generic anime bullshit. And I think, personal preference, the only reason why Final Fantasy wins this is because the characters and their graphical fidelity on their characters is consistent with the world around it. Whereas ESO's character that you are playing from level 1 to max level look like dog shit. The characters look stupid, the faces look wacky, everyone looks like they made a fucking putty, and that it's frustrating because everything else looks gorgeous. Yes, there's the word, cohesion. It's not as cohesive of an experience as Final Fantasy XIV, right? The problem, think about it like this, right? You have 2 birthday cakes in front of you. The one birthday cake is just your average fucking birthday cake that looks like a birthday cake. It is consistent with a birthday cake. Every layer of that cake is what you'd exactly expect out of a birthday cake. ESO is a fancy looking birthday cake, but somewhere in one of the slices, someone took a shit. They made a Black Forest cake with all the cream and all the cherries, and they did like a unique stylization, and it's done a bunch of unique shit. But someone took a shit somewhere in that cake. And the shit that they took is the character models. And it fucks it up. So if we tally this all up, let's see what we got. We got 1 for ESO. 1 for Final Fantasy. Then we got a draw. We got another draw. Then we got another 1 for Final Fantasy. Another 1 for Final Fantasy. Another 1 for ESO. Entry cost, overall monetization, that's 2 more for Final Fantasy. New play experience, degree of freedom, 2 more for ESO. Frustration points. Less frustration points. Well, no, that's community. Hold on. What am I missing here? Okay, degree of freedom. That one goes to ESO. Character progression and frustration points. That goes to Final Fantasy. Community. I think ESO's got it. Next one's a draw. Atmospheric immersion. I see that as a draw. And graphical fidelity, purely based on consistency, goes to Final Fantasy. So Final Fantasy gets a score of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 overall. ESO gets a score of 4, 5. Now here's my problem with all of this. Did I miss a few? Hold on. A gameplay, quests. Oh, you're doing 11 to 9. You're counting the halves. Here's my problem with all of this, right? As annoying as this is to say, after looking at this, I still kind of want to play ESO. I still want to play Final Fantasy. It's just, there's something there. There's something there that makes me want to play both. I can't, I was hoping to give up on one of them and focus on the other. But I still see both as valuable. And I think the deciding, I'm gonna play both. I'm gonna play both. That's why I'm saying this, Frenchie. I'm gonna play both. But when it comes down to this, I think the thing that makes me want to play ESO is the fact that it is such a different experience from Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy is what I would expect out of an MMORPG. ESO is doing a bunch of wacky shit. And I kind of love that. I kind of think that's kind of sick. I think that's sick as fuck. That they've gone off the beaten path and done some weird shit that just fucking fails. I think that's great. I like that. But I also like the traditionalist MMO experience that you would get out of Final Fantasy. And so I can't fucking decide, so I'm just gonna play both. But if we're gonna look at this based on this listing, it would be Final Fantasy that wins. But at the same time, this is why it's so fucking hard to put shit down to a goddamn fucking number. This is the problem with numeric scores when it comes to MMORPGs. Because if you're going to go look at a list of 2 games that are getting reviewed and you only care about the number, you don't actually get the valuable thing out of what you're looking at. Because the game that got ranked lower might be the game that you like more. So I'm gonna keep playing both. Because I just can't fucking make up my mind. What up, Apple? How you doing? PoE 2 waiting room? We're getting there. Don't worry. Now, I have been completely neglecting something here. In all of this. There's something I've been uniquely neglecting. And that is the poll that I put up. And I want to see what you guys think. Now is the perfect time to stop ignoring the poll. Let's see what you fuckers think. Can I pop the... No! Fucking idiot. I clicked as I saw what a bad idea it was to close that. Fuck me. Let me just reload. Can I pop this out? Yeah, I can pop this out. Okay. There we go. Don't get married to a game. Just have 2 side chicks ready to go whenever. Well, that's the fucking plan. Now, here's the thing, right? There's another secret reason why I think that I'm gonna keep on playing ESO. My time inside of Final Fantasy is limited. My time playing ESO is very, very fucking limited. I mean, not ESO, Final Fantasy. And it's because of one factor, one singular factor. The community. If we've already got someone like Demared coming in here, spamming N-words, if we've got Final Fantasy spooks coming into the stream of a literal fucking nobody, with the jokes I make, with the things I say, with the things I'm gonna say about Final Fantasy XIV, do you really think I'm gonna be able to play that game forever? Do you really think I'm not gonna get reported? Come on. Come on. I might like the game, but let's be fucking real. You're not on Twitch, so less eyes on you. That might change soon at the end of June. I might be able to put up my Twitch channel back. Depends on how the appeal goes, but that might not happen. That's very tentative. I don't want to really talk about that because it's probably not going to happen. I don't want to make some fucking promises. When it comes to you guys, it looks like Final Fantasy is the winner. It looks like overall the game that beats it out for you guys is Final Fantasy. And I want to figure out why. Why is it that you prefer Final Fantasy? Yeah, give like... here, we'll make this simple. One word answer. Why do you prefer Final Fantasy over ESO? This is the reason why us pre-pandemic Final Fantasy 14 players want more people like you. It's not... This is the problem, Carol. Is the other Spurgs have taken over. They've taken over. They've decided what the fuck's gonna happen. They dominated the game. They're willing to do piece of shit things that you are not willing to do because you don't care about it. Weebs, leeching, whiplash. You prefer Final Fantasy for the weebs, basically. That's what you prefer it for. ERP, okay, better stream experience. I'm not sure about that. Catgirl, story, ESO screws you if you want to play all classes. Story, fair. That's fair. Experience, okay. You feel like Final Fantasy gives you a better experience than ESO does. I'm a 10-year hiatus returning to Final Fantasy. I'm hating every damn second of it. Well, I'm glad I never played it 10 years ago. This is all new to me. It doesn't feel bad, let me be honest. It doesn't feel mad. Defective autism. So most of you guys prefer Final Fantasy because of what the experience is, what I'm learning. Some component of the experience of Final Fantasy works out better for you than ESO. Well, that's what you fucking decided, huh? Alright. Well, I suppose tomorrow's gonna be the Path of Exile day then, because that was the other choice. I gave you 3 choices. Today is gonna be Final Fantasy then, and tomorrow is gonna be Path of Exile 2. Because I heard that they just launched with their new shit. I haven't really updated PoE 2. It's gonna be into Final Fantasy today. That's what today is. So let's just quickly update this. Okay, no, it's fine. But yeah, okay, there's one last thing about this, right, that I've had to think about. And I'm going to be 100% transparent with you. Final Fantasy scares me. Final Fantasy scares me for one singular reason. It's the player base. It's the fucking spurgs, the fucking animals, the pieces of shit inside of Final Fantasy who are so insane, who are so politically captured, who are so mentally ill that they will go out of their way to dox people because you might say something they dislike. We've already had people come in here and lose their fucking shit and try to be like, hey, I hate you because someone in your community said something that I disagreed with. My biggest problem when it comes to Final Fantasy is this. Are you seriously scared of a bunch of weebs? No, I'm scared of what they would try to do to my family because these people are insane. That's why. I'll laugh at them. I'll mock them. I'm not going to change my fucking behavior for them. They can suck my fucking nuts from the back. But I know for a fact that I'm probably going to have to do some web shit on the background to try and protect myself and my family because these people are mentally ill. And if you disagree with them, they will go after you. They will find out where you live. They will try and send people after you. They will try and ruin your life. They'll call CPS on me because I'm a father with a kid. They will do everything that they can to ruin my real life because someone in my chat said something that they disagree with politically. How fucking stupid was it? How boring and reductive and dull and retarded was it that on the Wednesday stream that I had, that everything devolved into politics? Think about that for a second. How pathetic was that? I've had to think about this. To be fair, men in dresses, if they went to South Africa to go after you, they'd get killed off by the law. They probably will. Look, my country has a huge kidnapping problem. We're catching up to Brazil slowly. But let's be honest, right? That Orion guy came in here, and we had to go down a whole fucking political side path. People can't just fucking enjoy something anymore. They can't hear something that they think is funny anymore. They can't just laugh at shit. Because they have to get up on their little fucking political soapbox and tell everyone else what the correct thing is to think. They have to purity test. And if that's already happening now, then how bad is it going to be as I continue to play this game? Everyone has to purity test, and if you don't agree with them 100%, or you've come to your own conclusions because you're a fucking adult, then you're the bad guy. You're Hitler. Fucking Orion crashed out because someone AI generated an image and there was an Israeli flag in it. What the fuck? The guy crashed out because someone decided they were going to put a Jew flag in an AI generated image. A meme image with a bunch of fucking midgets in it. Really? Like fucking really? That's how fucking insane people are? Come on. You saw Magic and even WoW banning for fucking chat. Yep. We live in the age of moderation, and it fucking sucks. Purity tests are a perfect way of putting it. You don't fit through the Overton window. Over the cliffs of Dover you go. Yes. No, these people are fucking insane. Think about it. I mark every single one of my streams as 18 plus. Right? And you might not like this. I don't care if you do or not. You have to trust someone to decide what conclusions they come to. Whether that means they end up on the left or the right or whatever else. They're a fully formed fucking adult. I don't see you, anyone in chat, as less than me. You are human beings. You've come to your own fucking conclusions. You can decide what you like, what you don't like, what is funny, what isn't funny. That's up to fucking you. I do not care. I'm not here to act like some fucking, I don't know, those fucking loser streamers who think that they're better than everyone who's in their community and tries to weaponize them against people. That's not what I'm fucking here for. It drives me insane. And as a little palate cleanser, it started happening. It started happening to someone else that's not me. And when I saw this, I was like, oh, thank God, it's not just me. It's happening to everyone. Everyone's so fucking politically captured that not even the man himself, Josh Strife Hayes, is escaping it. Not even he is escaping this shit. It's happening to him. So before we go and we play some Final Fantasy XIV and maybe get banned because I say a funny haha that might be a racist joke, let's take a look at what happened to old Joshy boy. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't care what your political opinion is. I don't care if you're on the left or the right. But Josh right here, I think Josh is too mentally stable of a person to keep streaming. I think if Josh keeps on streaming, he's going to start going from the mentally sane, stable, normal human being that he is, who makes solid MMO content, and he's going to slowly start being dragged into the pit. And it's because he cares. It's because he cares. I think he's going to start getting pissed off. I think if he keeps on streaming, he's going to start crashing out. Streaming is for the mentally ill and the mentally disturbed. It's for everyone who's a fucking nutcase. And the more you care, the worse it's gonna get. And Josh is obviously a person who cares. I think he said in the past that he doesn't like it as much as produced video content. He probably has, and he's probably gonna go back to it. And I think that the more he streams, the more he's gonna be pushed away from streaming. Because I think all it takes to set someone off like Josh is one fucking psycho in chat saying some stupid shit, and I think he'll crash out for the next 30 minutes. All it takes is one retard who says some politically charged shit like he's an Israeli streamer or something, or he's a plant or something like that. Josh should stick to vids. You should do more too. I'm working on one. I didn't get to work on it this week, unfortunately, because I had to deal with a bunch of government bullshit, but I'm working on one. He was so pissed on chat, so he went to play DMC 2 for punishment. It was wonderful. Josh is going to lose his fucking mind if he keeps streaming. There's like, okay, people don't understand this. I figured out how the pattern works when it comes to streaming, right? When you start streaming, right? So the Y is your mental sanity, right? The X here is time. You start off streaming and you got mental sanity up here. And the more that happens to you, the more your sanity drops. And there's a threshold here, right? And what happens is there's two kinds of people that end up streaming, right? There's the people who get to this point and they sit here and they're just fucking crazy forever and they never recover. And then there's the people like Pyromancer who stream and they just go into the depths of being fucking nuts. And these guys just have the tolerance to deal with it, and eventually they get used to being like this and they start to recover, and then they go back to being somewhat normal with crazy opinions. Someone like Josh, I think he's heading down here if he keeps going. Because the problem is Josh genuinely fucking cares about what happens to people. He genuinely cares about the comments that people have. He genuinely gives a shit. And this video explains it perfectly. This is why this man should avoid streaming.
Oh my god, this person is insane. Sorry, there's been someone messaging me on Discord, and I'm gonna have to block them now because they've just sent me 20 messages in a row with a load of YouTube video links. Someone got really upset.
If one guy DMing you on Discord, crashing the fuck out at you is enough to make you lose it, he doesn't know what's coming. He doesn't know what's coming. 20 messages, he's like me, but more angry. No, the thing is, the difference is, Green Sky, was you send me like 20 messages and it's just information. It's like valuable information and knowledge. This person's not sending him information and knowledge.
A few days ago, when...
Wait, did you see Pyro's crash outs? I love Pyro's crash outs. They're like a peak favorite for me, Carol. I fucking love that shit.
Someone mentioned how modern feminism has stepped away from its roots, and
just think about this. Think about this for a second. Think about how fucking crazy this is. Josh does MMO content. He does gaming content. Why the fuck are you bothering him with political hot takes? This is fucking crazy. It's not just me. It's every streamer. You have to purity test them all. Everyone needs a purity test. Because then you know who's acceptable and who's not. This guy has built his entire career on nothing but old video games and MMOs non-fucking stop, and people can't help themselves. They're like a pit bull with a child. They need to rip it the fuck apart. They need to give their political hot take. The dude's playing fucking video games. His whole life is about video games, and they need to talk about feminism. Just think about how fucking nuts that is. Someone will have to send you how to hide your player name on a Ziv UI. If you want that, at least. Yeah, I'll probably have to figure that out at some point.
There is a risk of it becoming either misogyny or misandry. And I said, look, that is way beyond my pay grade. I don't have a huge amount of knowledge or history or learning within that kind of discussion area. So
the dude has played MMORPGs his whole fucking life. Now you're bothering him about feminism. The poor fucking guy. This is like This is like you're fucking behind the counter at Wendy's, and some guy just comes in and he's like, "Tell me now. Tell me, what do you think about black people? Tell me right now." It's like, "Sir, do you want fries with that?" It's so fucking stupid. Streamer, you have to have an opinion on this. You have to have an opinion on everything. Tell me right now, how do we solve the Israel-Palestine conflict? The guy who sits in a chair playing video games is gonna give you the answer. I saw an Israel flag in an AI-generated image. Ugh. These people are nuts.
So I don't want to feel that I'm becoming a champion of it either way. I don't think it's something responsible for me to talk about. And this person has sent me message after message after message after message explaining that they are a man, however, they have done extensive research into it and they believe they can save women and
Random internet spurg number 3001. Apparently you have the perfect solution. I think you should be the next president. Can you? Just some fucking guy spending hours of his life putting together documents on how to fix women. And he's just some dude. It's beautiful. Everyone lost their minds once Trump got into office. I don't think it was Trump getting into office. I think Harambe got shot. And as that gorilla died, something fucking happened. The universe shifted into a new paradigm. And it just all went fucking downhill and got worse from there.
Wow. Venice AI revealed a lot about you, Josh. Wow. Okay, this person has been using AI to research me.
He's using an AI. That's even better. That's so fucking beautiful. That's amazing. I put your name in the AI. That's why I know you're a piece of shit. He should have just ignored it. Responding to either side is like stepping into a wasp nest. Here's the problem, right? Zerocell, I don't think responding is the problem. I think here's the difference, right? Here's the difference between a fucking nutcase like me and Josh Strife Hayes, right? Josh Strife Hayes genuinely gives a shit. He like actually genuinely gives a shit about every single person and every single comment that is said at him. I couldn't give a fuck. If you have an opinion, good for you. I trust you to have your own opinion. That's why I don't ban people. I'll respond to it. I'll talk to you about it. I'll tell you my perspective if you want. But good for you. My fucking opinion doesn't affect your life. Your opinion doesn't affect my life. World's gonna keep on spinning. Good for everyone. It's the fact that he cares. That's the problem. It's the fact that he gives a royal shit about every single comment, and he cares on a deeply fundamental level. That's what fucks him up. Thing is, you shouldn't talk about it. Just block and ban and go on. The more you mention them, the more they will do it. Yes, the more you mention them, the more they will do it, right? However, there is a dark side here. There's a dark side that Josh may be leaning into. Something to consider. Josh may be putting this video up because he knows that it's going to get a lot more attention. Josh knows how the attention economy works. Josh is not a stupid fucking guy. Josh is a highly intelligent man. And he may have put this on his second channel, or at least approved it for an editor who works for him to put this on his channel, because he knows this will boost attention. So there is a dark side to this. However, I don't think that Josh is the kind of person who would be looking for the wrong kind of attention.
Hang on, give me a sec. Sorry, the messages this guy's just sent me. Men have always been more oppressed than women. I don't think you really ever believe women were oppressed, or observable reality shows that they weren't. You are an irrelevant waste of time and an absolute nobody compared to Steven Crowder or other prominent...
Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I fucking mean? He just compared Steven Crowder, a guy whose entire world is about politics and talking to people and getting deeply involved in political systems, to a fucking MMO streamer. Do you understand how fucking nuts that is? What the fuck are you doing comparing Josh to fucking Steven Crowder? What the fuck are you doing?
Anti-feminists. This person is mentally unwell. You've got...
He's right about that. That person is mentally unwell. We need to find this person and get them in this stream right here, because this is where they belong.
Endless time to read Rachel Wilson's incredibly well-written book. Don't be a lazy arsehole ignoring social issues that concern us. You leftist weirdos have no data, no facts, and no statistics. Venice AI has outlined all of your virtue signaling manipulation tactics. You can call me obsessed. They don't impress me, Mr. Slave.
Mr. Slave. The guy plays games. The guy plays MMOs for a living. The fucking dude, his whole life is around video games. And now some fucking random guy is just like, you're a slave to the system. I can't get over this shit. Oh God.
What? Okay, sorry. I don't think some of you understand that... No, it's not a bot. That's the problem. It's not a bot at all. People... No. What really upsets me is when I try and explain to people the unhinged, unsafe, unaware, socially oblivious, genuinely mentally ill people that contact me, and everyone just says, it's just a bot.
But I'm starting to feel like a warden at a psych ward with the amount of mentally ill people you make me deal with. Hey, guess what? That's exactly why this exists. Welcome to the psych ward, and you're one of the orderlies dealing with all of the fucking insane people. You're dealing with the inmates. Why do you think this fucking screen exists? Why do you think I made this? I swear to God, I'm gonna start branding everything as like we're stuck in a fucking psych ward dealing with the most mentally ill people, and I'm gonna stop calling you a mod, and I'm just gonna start calling you an orderly. I'm actually gonna start calling you a fucking orderly iconic. I'm not kidding. I'm gonna start fucking doing that shit.
It's just a troll. No, because that would imply that either it's not a human being or they actually know what they're doing and they're doing it on purpose to be silly, when that reduces the worry and the impact and the genuine...
Do you see it?
Honestly, terrifying nature.
Do you see? That's his mistake. That's his mistake right there. This is what I'm talking about. Listen to this again. Listen to how much this man genuinely cares. He genuinely, deeply cares.
They know what they're doing and they're doing it on purpose to be silly, when that reduces the worry and the impact and the genuine, honestly terrifying nature of the amount of people that reach out.
Do you see? Do you see what I mean? He genuinely cares. He genuinely, deeply, fundamentally cares. And this is why I say streaming is going to drive Josh fucking insane if he keeps doing this.
And try and contact. Whenever I try and explain to someone, oh, I've been receiving a huge amount of very, very unhinged, very dangerous, very strange messages, and people just go, it's just a bot. It's just a troll. Don't worry about it. No, it's a mentally unwell person that I feel... that I need to now just block. because some people are remarkably unwell. God.
Look how less well put together he looks as well. Right. He looks like he's been going through it. He's been going through the fucking motions, yeah. He's so fucking nice.
And people are unhappy. These people are real, these people are crazy, and these people are completely told 100% by whatever media they want to consume that they are right all the time.
Yep.
I have yet to meet someone... Oh no, that's unfair. I suppose a weird way that I look at it is that some of the most emotionally weak people I've met are men who repeatedly tell me how emotionally strong and stable they are. I would love to be able to be a friend to that person and chat and, you know, hang out, but...
You see, he cares. That's his problem.
No. No, that's a bad idea to do. They're not trolls. They are trolls, but they're hiding behind the fact they're acting like want to be jackasses. They're not clever enough to be trolls. This is genuinely what they believe. Troll implies that they don't believe that, but they're going to act that way in order to get a reaction. These are actual culture war revolutionaries.
Friendly reminder, Josh is an actor. If he's an actor and this is an act, I'm going to be honest with you, he needs to be in fucking movies, not on streams.
Who truly believe that what they're doing is right.
It's driving him fucking crazy. It's driving him nuts. There was one more I wanted to look at just to drive the point home because this shit is great. I watched these and I needed to share them. Look, it's gonna happen again.
Glass says, I preferred this game before they nerfed it. Gamers these days just want everything dumbed down. Have they nerfed the game? Is it less difficult than it used to be? Has it been changed? I just need to...
Do you see that shit? Right? We're not gonna go through this whole thing. That first comment is fucking amazing. It's beautiful. It's fucking beautiful. Because people need to lose their shit over something that doesn't actually matter. It's amazing. I love it so much. I'm excited by these kinds of things. It's driving Josh insane. We're slowly watching Josh lose his fucking mind. This poor man is not gonna live if he keeps on streaming. He's gonna be driven to suicide if he keeps going. Fucking, what is your political opinion, MMO streamer? God, get over that shit. Oh, the purity testing is beautiful. It's amazing. Ah, fuck, I entered the wrong password. Fuck. I'm fucking losing my mind. Now let's play some fucking Final Fantasy XIV. What the? Oh no, did I forget my password? Oh no. I may have forgotten my password. Ah, fuck. Ah, shit. Shit. I fucked up my password. Hold on, I know I've got it stored somewhere. I know I've got it stored somewhere. Let me just find it. Did you get banned? No, I didn't get banned. I forgot the fucking Final Fantasy password. Shit. What's my Final Fantasy password? I've forgotten. How can I have forgotten my fucking password in such a short period of time? God damn it. What is my Final Fantasy passing? FFXIV, but what is it? Fuck. Maybe one more react. Yeah, maybe I'll look at it while I wait a few minutes, but let me try and remember this fucking password. How could I have forgotten this? Shit. I didn't write this down anywhere. It's not caps locks. Fuck. Try and log in through Mog Station. That's a good idea. I can't remember what browser I did this in. Shit. It's got it here. It knows what my fucking thing is. I just don't know what it is. Fuck. I can see the amount of characters it is. Let's see. Is it Square Enix? What is this saved under? Square Enix. Ah. Oh, I'm a fucking idiot. Well, we gotta wait a few minutes before I do this. Because I'm a fucking moron. How did I forget that? That's like, oh, that's the dumbest password I've ever used. How did I forget that? Jesus. Okay, fuck. Fuck me. Okay, fine. You get one more. You get one more while we wait for the timer to run out. Because my dumbass completely fucking forgot about it. At least we got people complaining that the system's rigged. Oh, it's beautiful. It's fucking gorgeous. Right. Right, okay, you get one more. You get one more. No, fuck you. I'm not watching the Guild Wars 2 launch trailer. They can shut the fuck up about that. They can fuck off with that one. I don't give a fuck about that. There's gotta be something here that's Final Fantasy related, at least bare minimum. Yeah, you gotta send me a Guild Wars 2 link. It's a Guild Wars 2 link, isn't it? No, it's that one that gets my videos demonetized, because playing any Boondock shit also gets things demonetized. Am I gonna say my password out loud? No, because you should be able to guess it. You should be... honestly, it's the dumbest fucking password ever. Anyone could probably guess it. It's one of the fucking most baseline retarded passwords ever. Let's see, what the fuck is happening with Chrono Odyssey? No one gives a fuck about Chrono Odyssey anymore. TikToker is legally seizing Swiss land as king. Oh yeah, I heard about that. Time for slop. What is this? What the fuck is this?
What a wonderful day in Eorzea. This is the world where bravery meets magic, where ancient
See, this is what I'm talking about when I say that the Final Fantasy community is mentally ill. I can already tell this is a mentally ill video.
prophecies intertwine with our destiny. This is our home. It's where the echoes of heroism resonate through the vast landscapes. In this land of heroes, you can be anything you want to be.
I wanna be angry.
What?
I wanna rage and smash things into pieces.
That's not...
I also want a really huge axe so I can swing it around and smash
At least the character's hot. I'll give her that. At least the character's hot.
things. And I wanna be angry. Did I mention I wanna smash things into pieces?
I don't know if it's a good idea.
Val Cleave!
Okay, putting your balls on screen.
And this is 10 reasons why you should play a warrior in Final Fantasy XIV. In this
Okay.
series, I play every Final Fantasy XIV job and tell you 10 reasons why you should play it. So instead of trying out all the jobs yourself, you can just watch my videos and choose the ones that are best suited for you.
I've got a question. Do you guys think that she is putting on that voice, or that's how she really sounds? This is mid. Check out Lucy Paya class video. That shit, wild weeb shit. You know what? I will give this until the 2-minute mark. And then we'll see.
Warrior is not a job I played until recently. Though as soon as I picked it up, I absolutely fell in love with this job. So much so, I might actually main it in the next expansion.
This is a man, right? Yeah, this is the most masculine Final Fantasy XIV player.
A lot to tell you about my experience as a new warrior, so sit back, sip on your Fantasia, and enjoy the ride. Reason 1, no thoughts, head empty, just pew pew. That's the most important thing you need to know about warriors in Final Fantasy XIV. We don't have a single thought between those glowing red eyes. Even if we ever get thoughts, they are not consensual. I did not consent these voices in my head. They are telling me to grab my giant axe and hit things. And you know what? I will listen to them. They sound kind of funny. Jokes aside, warrior is one of those jobs that you can turn your brain off while playing. And that's why it's so popular among, lazy players like me. Listen, I've been meaning white mage for so long now. I like simple jobs. It's not a secret. And warrior really hits that spot for me.
Okay, I can't stand anymore. Okay. That one did it. That one was trash. That was trash. That was fucking trash. That one was garbage. That one was trash. Okay, a crap guide to Final Fantasy tanks. Yeah, let's go with that one. Let's see what we got here.
Fartness? I bet you don't have the slightest clue how to play this eyeball-melting anime game. Oh, sure, you probably know that you can beat up enemies by clicking on them until they die, but do you know how to find a static in your FC to help you prog uwu? I bet you don't even know what any of those words mean.
No, I fucking don't.
So sit down, shut up, and eat your gissel greens, because I'm gonna teach you what thee mayhap not knoweth, thy noobliness. Welcome to a crap guide to Final Fantasy.
That's better. That's a little bit better. I can tell already that this is going to be Rick and Morty level humor.
The tank is the person in the front lines of every group, leading the charge to inevitable party wipes, which is because you are the most important person in the party, having slap fights with the boss since everybody else is way too squishy to handle the puss-pounding patty cake. You'll never see Jimmy's soft boots eyeing up the cloud of darkness with his 2x4 and scriggly tree branch. But how hard can tanking be? Turn on your tank stance, do your 1-2-3 combo, and blame the healers when you die, right? That sounds like somebody who needs their short Q privileges revoked. Firstly,
based.
Tank stance. You turn this on to start gaining enmity. What's enmity? It's where you shout at the bad guys, "Hey, hit me!" They'll be paying attention to you so long as you're dealing damage, so you better be dealing damage and not just having a staring contest. If you don't, then they're gonna start indiscriminately charging at the rest of the party like a dog in a movie theater. If you are the designated main tank, or in light parties the only tank, make sure this is on. If there is another tank in the party and you are the off tank, make sure this is off, unless there's some other bad guys you gotta.
I'm gonna fuck that up if I ever get to this level before being banned.
If you have conflicting stances with the other tank, they will chuck their shoulder pads at you. As a tank, you should make sure the bad guy's ass is facing the party as often as possible, as indicated by the bright, glowing, half-eaten donut underneath the target. This is so that if the bad guy sneezes, you're the only one getting down with the sickness. And
I didn't even notice that thing. I didn't even notice that visual indicator existed.
also, if your party has anyone playing any jobs that particularly likes to clap them cheeks, you've provided a bright, shiny spanking space. On top of this, as a tank, you are, by Heidelin's blessings, horrible at dancing, which is why you should move as little as possible once you've got the enemy's attention. That way, the party can continue to whap the wumpus without having to chase down the bad guys.
So if you want to troll people, keep them moving.
Glorious booty. Just as well, because you have control of where the baddies are, you control how useful everybody else is. So if somebody puts down a useful AoE, stop fucking running away from it. Now that you
He's giving me the guide to do everything to piss everyone off, and I really appreciate this.
you have the baddie's attention and are in a nice cozy poking position, you don't have to worry about anything else, right? Ah, that's what I thought you'd say, you dumb fucking horse. Believe it or not, when you die, it's not entirely the healer's fault, just mostly their fault. That little bit of responsibility you have is based on how well you can juggle mitigation. What's mitigation? It's the buttons that make the bad guy's slaps hurt less that you sometimes press once a subscription and never think about again. You ever wonder why you have several of those buttons that all seem like they do the same thing? Well, that's because you're supposed to space them out over the course of a fight so the healers don't have to sacrifice their entire mana pool and firstborn child to get your frail ass through the dungeon.
But that's their job!
Remember not to bust your tanking load all at once, or else you're gonna feel a lot of shame when you're all out of juice and the boss still wants to go about 4 more rounds. Every tank also has a press X to not die button that can be used to survive any devastating attacks, or if you're a really aggressive paladin who drew every enemy in a dungeon ever and don't want the healer to hire a hitman on you. As for what your limit break does, tanks are thicker than the average Disney mom, to the point your honky chonky donkey bahonky extends to the rest of the party, protecting them from damage up to a whopping 80% at LB3. The thing is, unless you're a high-end player, you'll probably be using tank LB as frequently as a good player rolls high on loot. Overall,
yeah, I don't even know what the fuck that is. I will never learn what that is.
You have 4 flavors to choose from: punk, grunge, metal, and Christian rock. There's warrior for big axes, big anger, big self-healing, and if you like to do fell cleaves again
sounds good.
and again and again and again. If you prefer more brooding than cruding, the Dark Knight is great for doing your best guts impression. You get a huge-ass sword, goopy black energy particle effects, and the literal best mitigation in the entire game, but it's balanced because they get the worst invulnerability button in the entire game. You press it, and then it makes you die. Gunbreaker is called a tank, but everybody knows it's just 3 DPS in a trench coat, as designated by the fact you get a fucking gun and your swings explode. But you have to be a hardcore gamer, since it requires a lot of cartridges. And finally, the Paladin, who tries to pretend they're a healer and caster, but only when the other healers and casters are looking. But fuck all that, because the most important thing is that you get the motherfucking sword and shield, baby! Try getting behind this wall of holiness, bitch! Now you know how to play tank, you're welcome.
Good. Now I know everything to do to someone to make sure that their life is a living hell. Perfect. Ideal guide. Ideal. Perfect. That's exactly what I needed. Now let's try this again. What the fuck? Still? Still? I'm still fucking locked out? Really? How long does it lock you out for? How fucking long does it lock you out for? If you enter usually 5 attempts. 30 fucking minutes? Are you high? I thought it was gonna be like 5. What the fuck? God fucking damn it. I think Ain't It banned you again. No, I don't think this is a bad. This is just me being fucking stupid because I forgot my password. Oh, Jesus. Really? 30 minutes? Oh. God damn. That's a long fucking time. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. Okay, fine. Put on a fucking timer. God damn. Jesus. All right. All right. I see how you're going. Okay. Okay. You know what? You know what? You're gonna do me like that? Fine. Fine. It's Path of Exile time then. Fine. Fine. You wanna do me like that? You motherfucking get 30 minutes. 30 fucking minutes. Come on. 5 minutes is more than good enough. Come on. I suggest somewhere IRL so people can't scrape it. What do you mean? Remember to write it down somewhere. I'm not gonna fucking write it down. I'm gonna remember it. Like an adult. And I'll probably forget it again. Like an old man. God damn. 30 fucking minutes. Don't tell me that Path of Exile's download is gonna be fucking eternal now. Please don't tell me that. Well, I've got PoE 2. What the hell? I've played PoE 2. No, did I use the launcher for this? Yeah, I did. I did use the launcher. Please don't make me remember this. Please, God, don't make me remember this password. Please. Please don't make me remember the Path of Exile 2 password. Please, God. This one I have no idea about. You know, I'm gonna need an entire list underneath this fucking keyboard of all of my passwords. My memory's getting bad. My memory was never good. It was never good. Do you want to know how bad my memory is, Carol? I'm autistic, right? I'm actually autistic. Like, go to the doctor, get a note, autistic. Also, thanks for the sub, Humblebee. I nearly missed that. My mom used to have to play a memory game with me when I was a kid, where she would have to do flashcards of people's emotions so that I could figure out when people were like mad or when they were sad, when they were happy and shit like that. I still fucked it up all the way back then. You have sex, clearly not autistic. Listen, autistic dick is like no other dick in the world, okay? How do you think I keep my wife around, okay? John Com, I'm fat, I'm bald, I'm offensive. I lay pipe like a motherfucker, okay? I lay pipe like a goddamn construction worker. How do you think I keep a wife around? I'm talking round 4. I'm talking like Tekken tournament rounds. Autism? You don't know. Women don't know this. This is a secret about autistic guys. They fuck like animals. I've never met a married autistic guy whose wife didn't love them. How do you know how autistic dick feels though? Because I have it in my hands every day. That's how I know. Autistic retards can get laid. If you can't get laid, you're more hopeless than autistic retards. Yes, you are. You got to get out there. Yeah, you know what? There's this thing. It's really funny. I've noticed this, right? A lot of women are attracted to guys who are not like that upset or affected by other people's emotional states and stuff. And so a lot of time women confuse like the guy who's chill with the guy who's autistic because he's just not registering emotions. Oh my god, he's so stoic. Oh my god, nothing affects him, and this autist is like, what the fuck's an emotion? Are you autistic or just have Asperger's syndrome? Autistic. I went and I got tested as a kid. It made my dad really mad. He was real fucking upset about that for a while. Not that I registered it at the time. I just kind of got lucky. I got lucky, and it was like high-functioning autism as opposed to like, you know, low-functioning retard shit where you can't figure out how to tie your shoelaces and stuff. I got lucky. I rolled the dice. I rolled a d20 on autism. This your defense versus RTDS. What the fuck? Use autism card as... That's right. No, oh, that's genius. That's genius. That's genius. Actually, I'm autistic, so you attacking me is incredibly offensive to oppressed groups. I can't believe you're so fucking ableist. Isn't Asperger's on the autistic syndrome? Yeah, I think the broad term is autism, and then the narrower frame is Asperger's, and Asperger's have like a real fucking hard time of it. We had to read a book in school once, I remember, where we had to read a book about an Asperger's kid from his perspective, and it was the most boring fucking story I've ever read. And the most I remember retaining out of that story was that the Asperger's kid realized that his dad was fucking the neighbor. That's like the most interesting thing that happened in that book. The rest of it is basically autistic Asperger's kid tries to use a train to find out where his mom went. That was such a stupid fucking book. It was called something like The Incident of the Dog in the Night or something like that. It was like a real autism book. And it was so fucking stupid. Everyone in the class that I was in read that book and they were like, God damn, I want to kill myself right now. I was tested back in the 90s, and because of ADHD, they were like, we don't know if he's autistic, but he might be. Closest I've gotten to being told I have the autism. Yeah, that means it skimmed you. It grazed you and you got lucky and you just moved past it. So you have the natural perk for people's bullshit and have it easy and not give a fuck. Yes, unironically, it's like the one benefit that comes with it is people are having a mental breakdown and I'm not registering why. What? Like I've pissed off multiple people in my life where someone's like having a moment where they're just breaking down, and I'll just walk up to them and be like, "Why are you upset?" And then they crash out at me. It's been great. I still remember there was this one, like, I've done several martial arts to like national level when I was a junior martial artist. There was a girl I used to train with, right? And we went overseas to do a competition. We were sent to Ireland, where the international competition was being held. I did okay. I got second. She got knocked out in her first match, right? And she had such a fucking crash out. She was like crying, snot and tears. She was having a bad time because she got knocked out in the first round. First match, she just got her ass whooped. And me, being the spur guy was, walked up to her. And I was like, what are you so mad about? My coach had to pull me aside and he said, you know what, there's actually a superpower that you need to lean into, right? And it's called shutting the fuck up. He was like, listen, if you ever feel like my coach at the time had to pull me aside and he was like, if you ever feel like talking to someone who's upset, this rule applies to you and no one else. Shut the fuck up and walk away, okay? I don't want you to talk to anybody, never speak to anyone again. You shut up and you leave. And that advice has served me so goddamn well. My coach was right. He was so right. And the worst part about it is, when you start having relationships and stuff, if that's the advice you've been trained to have, and every single time it's worked out really, really well, when it's like, okay, someone's upset, now's the time to leave. You're in a relationship, and they're losing their shit, and you walk out the door, you're a domestic terrorist now. You're the devil. I can't believe you didn't stick around and comfort me in my time of need. And then I'm like, okay, bet. So the next time it happens, I stick around. I can't believe you're here harassing me during my time when I needed to be alone right now. You can't win. You can't win when you're in a relationship with a woman. You can't fucking win. You will take some shit. It doesn't matter. They're just looking to beat someone up. That's what I had to learn. So black dads have autism. Yes. I never got tested, but everyone I know says that I have something. Well, then go get tested. Figure it out. Help me. My doctor diagnosed me with textbook narcissism. Was your doctor a woman? Also, what is a doctor doing diagnosing you with a psychological condition? I'm sure you need a psych for that. You need to find one of those cracks that's going to put those quacks that are going to put you on like 7 different types of medication. And then what you do is you take the medication home, and if you're a textbook narcissist, what you tell yourself is, I don't need these meds because I'm already perfect. But you've just gotten free drugs to sell to other people. Congratulations. I got gatekept from autism. How the fuck do you get gatekept from autism? I never got tested, but it's possible I have it. Also, you gotta get tested, because otherwise it's stolen valor, Jimmy. It's thievery until you get tested. Typical of the black guy, but if you get tested, then you can figure it out. It makes life a lot easier when you know what you're dealing with. I gotta say this. When you know that you're dealing with it, right? It makes dealing with other situations a lot easier. The Curious Incident of the Dog in the Night. Holy shit, you found the book. That's the exact one. That book fucking sucks. The Curious Incident of the Dog in the Nighttime is the worst fucking book I've ever... Wait, actually, there's one worse. There's one book worse that I've read, right? But The Curious Incident of the Dog in the Nighttime is up there. It's a story about some little retarded autist kid who's trying to find his mom because his mom left and his dad's fucking the neighbor, right? It's such a fucking shitty book. It's so bad. The only book I've read that was worse than that was a book called The Native Commissioner. Right? I had to read it for my final year in school, and it was part of an exam, right, for English. And the problem with the exam was that the person who was marking the context for the exam was a European person who was ideologically captured, and they fucking loved the Native Commissioner book. And the Native Commissioner book fucking sucked, right? Because it was a book about South Africa, about a guy who was the Native Commissioner during the apartheid times, whose job was basically to try and work on getting a working system within apartheid and like solving issues for like black people who had to go to court and stuff. But really the book was actually about a guy who had clinical depression and fucking killed himself, right? But it had nothing to do with the entire apartheid struggle or any of that shit. If you wanted to read an apartheid struggle book, go read the fucking Long Walk to Freedom. Go read some other shit. The problem with the Native Commissioner was quite literally, the book is about a guy who got clinical depression and killed himself. That's the whole book. I read that book in a day, and I felt physically fucking ill afterwards. And you know what the thing is? That cost me my A in English. That book cost me a fucking A in my final year, in my final exam, because I crashed out. I crashed out in my final year. I sat at that desk in the exam hall, ready to write the biggest pile of bullshit about how good the book was, because I already knew that the examiner fucking loved that book. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I literally lost an A in English because I called the book a burning pile of dog shit. I said this book had nothing to do with apartheid. It had nothing to do with black people's struggle during apartheid. It had nothing to do with any of that. This book was about a guy talking about his dad who killed himself because he had clinical depression, and then he got clinical depression too, and so did his brother, and they all ended up killing themselves because they never went and fucking actually found a solution to it. It had nothing to do with the apartheid struggle, but the fucking European guy who was marking our exams loved that book. I lost an A in English because I crashed the fuck out at what a dog shit story it was. I still remember doing that. I got that final year mark back and it was a B. And I was like, I knew I was gonna fail that. He gave me a 0 because I told him what a dog shit book it was. And you know what? I was right. I was 100% right. Do you know how I know I was right? Because no one gives a fuck about that book or cares about it today. That escalated quickly. That really escalated. Yeah, no, I fucking hated that book so much. It was so stupid. It was the most boring, dull, bland, shitty, depressive book you could ever read. I want to know if I'm autistic, but I also don't want a fucking brain condition being the cause of my superior intellect. Maybe that is textbook narcissism. By the way, you've got 10 minutes or so left. Fuck. So, it's not going to be Path of Exile 2 then. We might as well just fucking run out the timer, huh? I don't know if it is going to be... Look, I'm going to leave this open. I'm going to leave this shit open right here. And if I don't get into Final Fantasy, I'm crashing out playing Path of Exile. I'm going to leave this open. I'm going to try one more time. And now Discord's giving me shit. Hello? I'm going to have to close Discord. What the fuck? Get off my fucking screen. You're in the way of my Final Fantasy launcher. Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Where is it? Where's my launcher? There we go. I'm gonna try again. Let's try again. Maybe the time has run out. Maybe the time has run out. A non-South African claiming to know more about South Africa than you. Where else have I seen that? I wonder. But have you considered Eucharist? Have you considered Leopold? Hold on, let me not leak the actual fucking password here. Is it gonna let me in? Are you gonna let me in? Hey, look at that, the timer's done. Okay, it looks like Path of Exile's for tomorrow. It looks like it's actually gonna let me into Final Fantasy. Let me just change the category quick. There we go. There we go. I can't believe it. It's gonna fucking work. I can't believe it. Holy shit. Thank you for fucking letting me in. I swear to God, if you say you're banned now, I'm gonna be so goddamn upset I might flip this fucking table. That Leopold got me so annoyed. But have you considered Leopold? The Belgian guy in the Congo. Isn't it amazing how there's a bunch of people living in first world countries who are like trying to feel historical guilt for something that they had nothing to do with that happened somewhere else on the planet just because they share a skin color with someone? Isn't that fucking wild? I love that shit so much. Right, let's play some fucking Final Fantasy XIV. Thank you, God, for letting me in. Oh, I forgot my character looked like that. In we go. Ah, shit, there's a queue. Not to mention my reparations for slavery. Like, bro, the people that were sent to America are from Central and West Africa, not South Africa. Yeah, this is the thing that people don't really realize about South Africa. They think that black people all over Africa were slaves forever, everywhere, right? The people in South Africa, the black people who came to South Africa, who like migrated south, they were warriors, right? These guys were battle-hardened fucking crazy people. The fuck? My dad's dead, apparently. Fuck. A Lomatod will get you banned. Just you wait. He's gone. Alright. Now, what the fuck was I doing? Oh yeah, we tried the dungeons. Not a bad experience. Very handholdy. Very simple. Very oh, god damn it. He's back. He's back. Fuck. So you want to be a jockey? That was the casino quest. I think I'm going to abandon that one. How do I abandon a quest? How do you abandon quests? Yeah, we're going to get rid of that one. Get the fuck out of here. Just like my dad abandoned me, I'll abandon that. What do we have to do? Oh yeah, that's right. We have to go back to the slave owner. How topically relevant. I'm not running. I'm not taking the fucking Shoelace Express. No, God, don't fucking wave at me. Okay, where the fuck is that guy? Okay. I still have to find the big door. Oh, for God's sake. How are you moving this fast? How are you moving this fucking fast? There's a mod for AI voice lines. Yes, I remember that. I still have to find the time to install it. I haven't had much time to do that. I've been dealing with a bunch of government bullshit this week, so I've like lost every single day that I should have actually been using working or editing videos or fucking doing, you know, anything else. Quite literally anything else. He already logged in. God damn it. That means there's more than one of you. You fuckers. You're ganging up on me here. Is this the big... No, this is not the big door. Hold on. I gotta find something first. I gotta find something first. There's a door here somewhere. There's a door somewhere. I've gotta find this door. Where is it? Is it down here? I know there's like a giant half-open door somewhere. Where there was a bunch of ERP going down. It's somewhere. Have I missed it? Keep going up the stairs. Fuck it, I might as well get this while I'm here. You're near it. That looks familiar. That looks familiar. Yes. There it is. So my buddy came and stood right here. Right on this tile. Right here. And while he was standing here, he was facing this direction. He was facing the door. And there was a bunch of weird ERP shit happening over here for some reason. And a Lalafell RP walked through this door to his big bulky character, who was like level 5 or something, and sat here and said to him, "Please shit in my mouth, daddy." And he was like, "Guys, I don't think Final Fantasy is for me. Guys, I don't think I'm gonna do that. No thanks." I don't know what the hell was going on that day. I don't even know what fucking server it was on. I don't know where I'm going. Certainly not that direction. That's the guy I gotta go to. It was fucking bad. Were you playing on NA back then? I think we might have been playing on an NA server. I genuinely can't remember what server we were on. But there was a bunch of weird ERP stuff happening right there. I can't friend you in the trial. So it locks you out from everything. You know what? That's actually good. I actually like that. I think that's a great thing, and I'll tell you why. Because if you give me any gear, if you give me anything, understand that it's gonna be going into the fucking void. Because at some point, I'm gonna upset the Horde. I'm gonna say something that I think is... How is he everywhere? How are you fucking everywhere all at once? You are more present in my life than my dad was during my whole childhood. Jesus Christ. Right, Painted Misa. Level sync. Okay, cool. Wait. That was the wrong person, wasn't it? Was that the right person? Nope. Ah, the Conqueror of Copperbell returns. Okay, that was the right person. It's not the slave owner. Game is skipping frames. Really? Doesn't seem to be skipping frames for me. Thanks to you, our mining operations can resume, and Ulduar will have materials she needs to rebuild. The entire nation's in your debt. I'll share the good tidings with Papa Shun the next time I see... Oh, we don't get to talk to the slave owner. I wanted to hear, "Yeehaw, brother! Thank you for whipping them slaves to death for me." I wanted to see that slave owner show up in one of those big white hats. As for you, you'll want to report to the Momodi. It'll do the woman well to see you alive and in one piece. Why did you want a fan club following you around? No, I didn't. I'm just playing the fucking game, man. Ah, the sounds I recognize from the airport at my country, where European white bitches find out what happens when the Somalians get near them. Oh, it's the same pose, too. That's a little bit light-skinned for a Somalian, but okay. Shut your mouth, you thieving little swine. You stole from me, and now I will steal your virginity. Please, sir, I didn't steal nothing. I bought this, paid for it with my own coin. What rot? You refugees are all the same. You couldn't afford maggoty mole meat, much less a choice cut of dodo. I'm gonna say it one more time. Give back what you stole, or I'll make you wish you never set foot in this town. You can tell he's the Japanese bad guy because he's got scars across his face. By rights, I should turn you over to the brass blades. You know, help keep the streets safe for law-abiding citizens. I suppose that's the Final Fantasy version of ICE. But I'm a reasonable man. If you didn't agree to serve me in whatever capacity I require, is that suggestive of he wants to get his dick sucked? The authorities needn't hear of your crime. He's gonna pull his cock out. But I ain't done nothing wrong. 12 as me witness. Please, adventurer, I beg of ye. I swear on my mother's grave I didn't steal nothing. What, she actually did fucking steal something? Watch that she actually did steal something and this is just her baiting me? And she's actually an evil character in the future? He had Michael Jackson up. Man, if you ever want to cringe at edgy dialogues, then you can always choose The Dark Knight. Maybe I'll do a playthrough of that at some point. I didn't steal nothing. I bought this with the coin I'd saved. I only wanted to treat my children. Fuck. Never mind. Take it back. The pussy is spoiled. Never mind. It's another single mother. Oh yeah, he's getting his dick out. He's getting ready. And who the hells are you? When you're at home, this dog's master? I've had enough of this mama's farce. You lot teach them a lesson. Do we get some combat now? Do we actually get to first fight in the city? Or is someone else gonna step in? Do we actually get to fight? Oh, we get to fight! Honestly, I bet I could AoE my way through this entire segment. Hold on, let me just fix the audio. Because that's a little bit loud. Let's just put that down a little bit. There we go. I wonder. Can I beat this guy with just auto attacks? Could I go, like, get myself a coffee and come back and have beaten this guy? A white woman accused of stealing. That's fantasy shit for real. No, white women steal. They're just better at it than the black ones. It's because the black ones get loud about it. And the things that white women steal, it's usually from their ex-boyfriend. That's why. All their hoodies, their sense of sanity, all of that. I've noticed that I've single-handedly not dropped a single health point here. There are 3 of them attacking me. And I've barely lost health. As a tank, you can always pull out the AoE skill on all hotkey. Why? I don't need to do shit. And people want to say that mixtape has no gameplay, huh? To be fair, you're over level, but isn't there a level squish thing? Isn't there level gating? Where it like drops my level to match what I'm doing? Isn't that like a thing? Sort of. White woman looks guilty before they walk out the door. Yeah, no, white women can't keep a fucking straight face to save their life. I'm gonna tell you something something about white women right now, right? White women are not very fucking good at keeping a straight face when they're meant to. I'm gonna tell you how I know that. I went to a shopping center with my wife, right? And I know she's Greek, so not really white, but... Right? I know how the country works. My wife is an immigrant, right? She came to this country, she got some good dick, and she decided to not leave. So, we're sitting there at a shopping center, and I'm like, listen, I've got to tell you this now before you do anything fucking stupid. I recognize some of the vehicles in the parking lot, right? These are vehicles that are very obvious and very easy to spot because there's a lot of gangs and there's a lot of, like, shit in my country where there's a lot of illicit activity and illegal drug dealers and shit. They are fairly obvious to spot based on the way their cars look. I tell her, okay, do you see those vehicles over there? Right? We were having a conversation beforehand. And I was like, if you see a vehicle in this style, in this thing, ignore it. Pretend it doesn't exist. Do not look at the vehicle. Do not do anything. Do not yell. Do not anything. Just walk away. Walk away. Some shit's going down. Walk away. We go to a shopping center. One of those vehicles is parked there. We get out the car. She looks at the car and she immediately goes, look, it's one of those gang cars you were talking about. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Immediately, like, what? She just immediately blasts that out. I'm like, what kind of fucking European mindset am I dealing with here? She just couldn't shut the fuck up for 5 seconds. White women are not good at this shit. They're just not. They don't know how to keep themselves quiet about that shit. She fucking points. She's speaking loud. I'm like, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do Please, God, don't do that. Luckily, we were on the other side of the parking lot. They didn't notice shit. They were too busy inside fucking probably ringing a business for whatever extortion money they had. Let's continue. I ain't getting paid enough for this shit. Zero survival instinct. Absolutely zero fucking survival instinct. Here's another one, right? You're in South Africa, you're driving through bad neighborhoods all the time, right? There are certain neighborhoods where you drive through and what you want it to look like is you want to look either relaxed or pissed off, right? You don't want to show fear. You don't want to like look like you're scared of what's happening around you. You've got to act like it's normal, even though it's not, right? You see a guy beating some other guy on the side of the road with a brick, you act like it's normal. Because the second you show fear, now, I don't know if this is due to nostril size, but if you're in a bad neighborhood in my country, they can smell fear, right? You gotta pretend you keep a straight face or you look pissed off. Because if you look pissed off, the assumption made by a lot of criminals is that you've got a gun in your car or a weapon and you're not afraid to use it, and this is not the day to fuck with you, right? We're going through a bad neighborhood. And her face drops. And she's got this look of fear on her face. And I have to like just grab her. I'm like, listen, I don't care what you're feeling right now. Keep a straight face. Look annoyed. Do not look scared. Because that's when they're going to come up to the window. That's how they mark an easy target. They'll put bubble gum on the door. And at the next fucking stop, they'll know this is the car to target. You fucking look pissed off right now. I don't care. You can yell at me when we get home. You can shit on me when we get home. Do not look scared. Fucking Jesus Christ. That was the biggest battle I've seen her go through. Was to try and not look afraid when we're going through some fucked up neighborhood. Can you have weapons in SA? Knives and pepper spray? My country is full of black people who love spices. They fucking love that shit, okay? We crank the spices up to max level. Pepper spray is seasoning. Okay, that's not going to do shit. But yes, you are allowed weapons. There's a whole licensing thing you have to go through for a gun. Usually people keep weapons in their car if they can't get a hold of a gun, just in case. But yes, you're allowed weapons. And even if you aren't allowed weapons, who the fuck's going to stop you? A cop pulls you over, you give him $100, he leaves you alone. PoE stream tomorrow. That's when, Grey Wolf. There are neighborhoods that aren't bad at your place. There are some fancy neighborhoods. It's where all the white people live. All the white people, all the Indians, and all the Arabs. They have these like narrowed off gated communities that they've like walled off like a fortress from the rest of the country, right? And it's heaven in there. It is fucking heaven inside of there. And the second you step outside, you're back in hell. So yes, there are very nice neighborhoods down here. There are some very beautiful places. but they're all walled off. And if you go through there and you don't look like you fit, security's coming to catch you real fucking quick. If you move to a white neighborhood, will they accept your wife? If anything, with how progressive they are, with how isolated they are from the rest of the country, I'll look like a fucking hero. I saved one from the slums of Europe. Hey, where the hell do you think you're going? Thank you, kind adventurer. Now, if this was written by a teenager, this is the point where she has sex with you after just dealing with rape threats. Thank you thrice over. My head. I'm having another schizophrenic episode. Now these guys are just gonna kick the fuck out of me while I'm passed out on the ground, having some spirit vision. Worst time to pass out. I'd swear there were more refugees when I last looked. And you wouldn't be mistaken. But it's been 5 years since the calamity. Why are they only coming here now? It's simple, really. While a number of the hamlets survived the immediate aftermath of the calamity, many were no longer able to support their communities. The residents found their lands had either been rendered barren or cut off from the trade routes, and problems like those aren't easily solved, though they were tried to make the best of it. Jesus, this is a lore dump that would never fucking happen in a real conversation. It would be, what the fuck are all these refugees doing here? And that other guy would be like, I don't know, bro. Let's go extort them. Though they would try their best to make it, it was only a matter of time before they were forced to abandon their homes and seek a new life in the city. I see. She gave you Rohypnol. For free? That shit's expensive. If the cop is spiteful, they will arrest you for having a wheel spanner. Yeah, no, if a cop is spiteful, they'll go out of their way. I found the trick around the spider, right? Whenever you're dealing with a cop in South Africa, if you get pulled over, now is the time to act like a complete fucking retard, right? Now is the time to act like you're the world's biggest dumbass. Because what happens is the cop gets annoyed and they're just like, I don't want to deal with this idiot anymore. It's this magic trick I've learned where if you act stupid as fuck and you're just like, huh? What do you mean? Speeding? What's speeding? But I'm getting a fine. Can I pay the fine now? How do fines work? If I give you is this like how it works? Do I give you the money now? And then they just leave you alone? Act like a complete fucking moron. That's how you do it. You act too stupid. And it's a game you're playing because he knows you're acting retarded, right? And you're acting like you're not bribing him. And he's acting like, oh, it's official business that I'm getting money. And you know he's not going to turn down that cash because his salary is dog shit. He's not paid enough to deal with your bullshit. Oh boy, do we love our plot headaches every fucking time. My family's done that for a year. We live in English-speaking Canada, so when something like this happens, we act retarded, like retarded French tourists, and it's gold. It works. The dumber you act, the more forgiving they will be, not because they care or because they feel some sense of empathy, but because they're like, I just don't want to deal with this today. Talking to a woman, immediate headache. Sounds about right. But the calamity affected the whole realm, didn't it? Is it the same thing happening in the other cities? If the talk, then yes, though perhaps our situation is more pronounced. Ulduar has a reputation for being prosperous, so it's natural the refugees would try their luck here first. Are we talking about Germany? Or are we talking about Ulduar here? My heart goes out to that. No, truly it does. But I would be lying if I said that I wasn't apprehensive. I hope their presence doesn't foment lawlessness in the city. Okay, Hassan. Alright. Yeah, sure thing. I bet you're gonna say you're Turkish next, and then you're gonna be white next week. Aha, yeah, I get it. Well, if things do take a turn for the worse, we'll always have the immortal flames. I dare say the brass blades would welcome their help. The heroes who fought the Gaulean Empire patrolling the streets for riffraff? It may well come to that. We might need ice. Impoverished and desperate as they are, you may be sure that some of the refugees will turn to crime. You know what this place is like. If you've no coin, you've no hope. Unless you're a woman, then you got some pussy to sell. Oh, what will become of our city? Oh, how terrible. Not all refugees. He did the meme. He did the meme. Not all of them. Not all of them. I can't believe they put this in there. Not all refugees are bad, mind you. Some are able to find employment and lead honest lives. He did the meme. Dodo's tenderloins. Get your Dodo tenderloins. Guaranteed cheapest in Thailand. Thank you for your custom, madam. Please come again. Looking around, you'd think Uldar was well on its way to recovery, but peer through the veil of prosperity and you'll see no end to the misery and suffering. Sand people, I know. I don't know, their conversation wasn't explosive enough. Wait, that's literally what my aunt taught me. A woman's greatest strength is to play dumb to escape accountability. Your aunt was wrong. That is a woman's second greatest weapon. A woman's greatest weapon is to start crying. You cry and you get out a bunch of shit. I've seen this pattern happen forever. Tears are a woman's greatest weapon. Acting like a dumbass is maybe second place to that. Sir, are you alright? Oh, we didn't fall over and get the shit kicked out of us. What now? You mean to threaten a defenseless citizen? I'm not even saying anything. What, saw her buy that meat, you say? That's absurd. Aye, as did I. Leave the poor woman alone, you damnable vulture. What? Who said these racist things to me? I was just having a sexual emergency. When in uni, we pretended to be Spanish exchange students so cops let us alone. Because we were drunk at 2 in the morning shouting. Yeah, no, that's the right move. Is just act like a dumbass. Act like a pure dumbass and you'll get out of more things than you realize. I will overlook this, but just this once. And he just runs off. God's bless you, adventurer. If you hadn't come along when you did, who knows what that monster might have done. I don't bear thinking about it. No, come back. You're supposed to have sex with me now. I saved you from rape. And 5 minutes later, you should be good to go. What are you doing? The fact that all was in italics makes it funny. I know, it makes it perfect. Ever the selfless hero, I see. Oh, come on. Give me voice acting. You're a main character. It's been a while. I've been watching you closely ever since you flew out of Limsa Lamsa. You discharged your duty as the Admiral's personal envoy with admirable humility, and you have displayed unfaltering courage in the face of danger ever since. Whensoever you came up upon those in need, you gave them succor. I wish they'd give me succor, with no thought of personal gain. What do you mean? I've been given rewards for all of those quests that I've done. What the fuck is she talking about? Do you see my drip, you stola? These bitches been paying me in gear. In summary, you have demonstrated all of the qualities we seek in an adventurer. For reasons I cannot well explain, your every deed seems invariably to serve the general good. Wherever you mean it or not, it's happy, knack, and one which speaks volumes for your character. I have a black father. I wasn't allowed to use crying. Okay, no, that's different. That's different. First of all, you're an outlier. Number one, because Black Dad stayed around. Second, there's no black father who's dealing with that. I'm sorry. I know enough black families to know that you gotta get the shit beaten out of you. You start crying. It don't work like that. That's just unacceptable behavior. Yet for all your admirable qualities, it is your gift which intrigues me most. I speak of visions you experience, visions like the ones you had me a moment ago. If I'm not mistaken, I can provide you with the means to understand them. Rose, this ain't the 80s action movie to get the chick. What do you mean? What do you mean? I saw all the 80s movies. A woman's supposed to just hand pussy over to you after you save her from rape. That's how it works, right? Women are vending machines, and every time you put in a kindness coin, pussy pops out. That's how it's supposed to work. There are actual authors to believe how that works. I know, I went to university. An acquaintance of mine is blessed with the self-same talent you see. If you so desire, I can introduce you to her. She and I fight for a common cause, a cause which would greatly be... Okay, so she's gathering schizophrenics. She's gathering schizophrenics. If you would agree to lend us your strength, we should be glad to do all with our power to aid you in your personal endeavors. Think on my offer a while. Should you decide to accept it, pray speak with Momodi. The proprietress of the Quicksand is a close friend and ally of ours. So this is where the cult introductory thing starts. Inform her that you have been chosen by the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Are we being inducted into Scientology right now? Is that what's... Is that... And she will tell you where to find us. Okay, this is Scientology. We're getting pushed into Scientology by some crazy bitch who's been watching us for a while. That sounds about right. Right, speak to Momodi. Where's Momodi? Oh, up the steps. Oh, you couldn't have just walked me up the steps? And we went and spoke to her together? Really? Just fucking walk in? Shit out texted me? And now I have to talk to a subhuman? Oh, for God's sakes, you both fucking there. There's more than one. God damn it. It's too bad. You know what? I'm actually really disappointed in Final Fantasy for not having this happen within the world. And there's just like, you two would just be sitting right there in the cutscene. That's a loss. They need to fix that. Scions are basically your guild from Guild Wars 2. Except it's all NPCs, right? Scenes like that are becoming even more common, I'm afraid. Don't worry though, if you work hard, you'll probably be alright. Saying that, if you ever find yourself in a spot or bother, come and see me. Just don't go pestering me every time you graze your knee. Of course, I do enjoy hearing tell of a gentleman's woes with the womenfolk from time to time. I don't think we should be talking to children about the sex you're trying to have. Sorry to keep you waiting. I was just providing guidance to a fresh-off-the-carriage adventurer. But gods, is it good to see you safe and well? To look at you, no one would ever guess you'd been hard at it with the giants in the dark. With the slaves, you mean? In this world? The South won. You're every Ilum, the adventurer Mune said you'd be. The station master will be overjoyed when he hears the news. The Scions are Destiny's Edge, but they stay more relevant. Okay, so this is like the good ending for Destiny's Edge, where they actually make sense. Okay. Okay. Oh, before I forget, there's a lass here who wants a word with you. Didn't actually know your name, but hearing her description, I knew who she meant right away. Adventurer, I have come to suck your cock from earlier. Thank you for sparing the time. I realize you don't know me, but I've been longing to speak with you for a while now. Never mind, she's got like a weird fucked up nose thing from the side. My name is Edda. I'm an adventurer like you, though I'm not very good at being one, if truth be told anyway. I was adventuring with my friends in Gridania when, we were in Gridania when the leader of our party was killed. She's the married bitch. She's the one whose fiance got fucking murdered, right? And she was carrying his head around in a bag. Is that her? No, that's the lady that has her boyfriend's head. She can put it on a chair in a hotel room and he can watch. That's even better. My name's Edda. I'm an adventurer like you, though I'm not very good at... Okay, we read that. His name. Fuck. Eventually, I will get above a 3rd grade reading level, but it's not going to be today. His name was Avir, and he and I were to be wed into the spring. You may not remember him, but to say that he remembered you would be an understatement. He would sing your praises from dawn to dusk. He saw you for what you are. You see, an adventurer's adventurer, and swore that he would be like you one day. Well, now he's dead. We've got to comfort the lonely widow. I understand this quest line. The girl who lost her Rogadin dick. I believe that he would have succeeded had a fiend not robbed him of the chance. Since that day, I've thought long and hard about giving up adventuring. I'll give you something long and hard to think about. Maybe not so long. But when I think of the man you are, all of that you achieved, I find that I am inspired just as Avir once was. And so I've decided to start again as an adventurer. I will go back to the village of my birth and begin my training anew. But I wanted to meet you first to ask your name. And we tell her her name, obviously. I shan't forget. I wish you would. Do you miss the Asura? Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Thank you. I pray that we will meet again. Fare you well. Sorry your fiancé was gay for me. Adventuring can be a cruel bleeding business. Time was, I didn't know why anyone would bother. When they first asked me to take charge of the guild here, I didn't want aught to do with you lot, though it'd be a right pain in the ass looking after you all. But against my better judgment, I decided to accept the post, and I'm full glad I did. I feel privileged to be a part of your lives. And that goes double for yours. Okay, here we go. Here's more glazing. Here's more glazing. If Final Fantasy was a good game, those two characters you guys made would still be there right next to my character. In the cutscene. Hey, what did you say? You want to know about the Scions of the Seventh Dawn? They're beginning to move in earnest then. Lalafell? Or Asura? Suicide. The Scions ain't no ordinary folk, and they work... and the work they do ain't no ordinary work. I know full well how capable you are, but even you would think twice about attempting some stuff they do. There's a guy outside my house who's parked his fucking truck and I can smell it. It's killing me. That's better. You would think twice about attempting some of the stuff they do. Knowing that, if you're still certain you want to get involved, I'll tell you what I can. I should have known. I should have fucking known that was gonna happen. Unironically, you've hugged me in this game more times than my dad has hugged me through my entire life, and it's kind of fucking weird. It's a little bit homoerotic. So you want to know more than you do? Well, ain't that a surprise? I swear if I painted certain death on one door and limitless wealth on another one, 9 out of 10 adventurers would go through the first, and the other bloke wouldn't be able to choose on account of being Uldan. Anyway, don't say I didn't warn you. First of all, if you're wondering whether you can trust these signs of the Seventh Dawn, you can. Sure, and I'm just supposed to take the word of some midget behind a counter. They're good people who've made it their mission to solve some of Auzia's most pressing problems. Of course, that ain't no small task, and so they're always looking for dependable individuals. What the fuck? This guy could jump to the height of my head. That's bullshit. Individuals like you. That... Fuck, put that midget in the fucking basketball leagues. That's fucking gigantic of a leap. Now I've been given a leave to tell you where you find... I didn't want to see him jump because his dick lands exactly where my head is. Now I've been given... Fuck, you've thrown me off task. You've thrown me off task. Is Sparky back? I have no idea who Sparky is. You think showing a player character in cutscenes because there's only like 3 to 4 of us. Imagine you're Asmongold and you got 20 people jumping around you during cutscenes. That would make it funnier. I think that would be great. Now I've been given leave to tell you where to find the Scions. You must promise to keep this information to yourself. As you can probably imagine, it's something Auzia's enemies would very much like to know. The Scions are headquartered in Vesper Bay, out in the western Thalanon. The place you're looking for is called Waking Sands. Give your name to whoever's at the entrance and you'll be let in. You're a man in demand. First time in my life. And the days ahead promise to be busy, but I hope you won't forget about them as you helped make... Right? As helped make you into the adventurer you are. Drop in and tell them how you're faring from time to time. Right, well, I've said my piece. Off you go. Jesus fucking Christ. Right, where's this fucking quest? Where's this... Okay, I can teleport there. I can teleport there. I don't need to waste too much money. I can just teleport there. Where's the big rock in this city? Butt plug that way. Sparky the hobo. No, Sparky's probably in a hospital bed right now, in a government hospital, dying of bleeding wounds. To be honest, if we'd left him on the pavement, he might have had a better chance of survival than him being dragged off to a government hospital, if I'm being honest. You have to walk a very long stretch. Nah, I've got the butt plugs. It's fine. Which butt plug is the one that's here? Shit. I thought I had that one. Damn it. Fuck. Alright, Shoelace Express it is. God damn it. It's out this way. And then take a right. You did the dungeon first. I did the dungeon, but I ignored the fucking butt plugs. I should have touched the butt plug. I don't think I have to walk that far, do I? It's not that far away. Fuck, it is a far way away. God damn it. I suppose I get to see the landscape now, at least. I get to see the joys of the Arabic desert. Ah, laid out before me. This place looks so much better than the place outside of Limsa Lomsa. It looks straight up way fucking better. Ah, there we go, there we go. The music's kicking in. What is the run key? Oh. There we go. I wonder if there's actually someone who's going to do an auto attack challenge with this game, or someone who has already, where they challenge themselves to get through the entire story up to max level, hitting nothing but auto attack and none of their abilities. I hope someone's done that to prove that they need to up the difficulty of the mobs. What's the best nation resource industry you got in South Africa to get you out of financial trouble? What is the best to get you out of trouble? You mean the country or as an individual? Yeah, you gotta narrow that one down, because you could mean multiple things there, Carol. There was that one dude who solos the game. Doesn't everyone just solo the game? Both. Okay. Resource-wise, South Africa has a massive gold deposit. We have the deepest mines in the world that go like 11 kilometers under the earth. Which is, I think, like 5 or 6 miles. If you're gonna convert that into freedom units. Touch the butt plug. Touch the butt plug. God damn it, of course they're fucking here already. So, resource-wise, it's actually kind of a scary one, right? Because what South Africa currently has as a primary mining resource that is provided to the rest of the world at low cost. What the hell is... Okay. This is just the escalator at the airport. Resource-wise, it's gold. But there's a scarier resource we have that is yet to be tapped. South Africa is one of the places on planet Earth with the purest form of uranium that you could find anywhere. And it's the most accessible. Which means that if at some point World War III breaks out and everyone wants nukes, you invade South Africa because we can't defend ourselves, we're fucking retarded, and you can mine the purest uranium that is incredibly close to the surface as opposed to other nations, right? So everyone does this thing where they're like, Africa's one of the safest places to be in World War III. Yeah, until people need resources, then we're fucked. When it comes to individual stuff, there's not much. You're kind of fighting an uphill battle no matter what you do, right? Because the economy's fucked. Our economy versus any first world nation is fucked, right? It's weak as shit, and it keeps on getting weaker over time because of the corrupt government. The best thing we have is a bunch of people who will work their asses off to get the fuck out of the country and go somewhere else. That's the strongest thing we have. Is it you? No, it's not you. That was a trap. Might have also been a lady with a dick. Is it in here? Yep, there we go. Oh, god damn it, more... They're already sitting at the table. For fuck's sakes. Isn't there a lot of cobalt and other metals needed to make phones as well? That is Central Africa. You're thinking of the Congolese mines, right? What happens in the Congo is the Chinese have taken over all the lithium and cobalt mines and shit because they use that to make technology, and what they've realized is that they can get slave labor out of kids for dirt fucking cheap, and because they're Chinese and not white, then they don't face the racism accusations. But China effectively owns all of Central Africa where that stuff happens. And then they get kids to dig cobalt out of the earth for cheap just so that people in the Western world can have an iPhone. That's how that works. And then what happens is, if you call a Chinese, like one of these Chinese businessmen racist, they go, "Lacist? I know lacist. You lacist for call me lacist." Okay, this person's singing. I'm not fucking doing that. Yeah. Shut up, child. Ooh, ah. Oh god, it does the ooh sounds. South Africa was one of the first countries in the world to successfully develop a domestic uranium enrichment program. Yes, we were. This is hard to believe, right? This is real fucking hard to believe when you look at South Africa today. But once upon a time, South Africa used to have one of the world's most dangerous militaries. It used to have one of the world's first uranium programs, and it used to be one of the most technologically advanced nations on Earth. And then it all fell apart. I would thank you to not sneak up on me like that. Now, please be advised that this is private property. Unless you have pertinent business here, I must ask you to fuck off. But the lady at the bar told me that you'd be here. Here at the behest of Yestola. Let me introduce you to Tiny Bit. Oh, no. No, don't tell me they got another midget in the main story quest line that's got heavy plot armor. Don't fucking tell me that. Please don't tell me that. Ah. Don't tell me that shit. God damn it. She's not really Tiny, she's just a secretary. Okay, so she doesn't actually fuck with us during the quest. She just stays indoors like a child should. That's not this one. Here you are. I bid you welcome to the Waking Sands headquarters of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. My name is Tataru. That's a shit name. Your parents didn't love you. And I look forward to assisting you during your time with us. The antecedent. Okay, the antecedent is with the solar. Fuck, that's a word I haven't seen since fucking middle school. I shall let her know to expect you. Why does everyone hate Timey so much? Because she's a plot armor piece of shit leukemia child who should have died of either disease or everything that went wrong with her. Joko should have murdered that little shit when she was in her fridge, but for plot reasons, for plot bullshit reasons, she wasn't murdered. Timey should have died in Path of Fire. She should have died. It's such plot armor horseshit. Wait, what? Meet with the Scion of the Seventh Dawn. But who the fuck is the Scion of the... There's a bird inside. That's a cool fucking chair. I'm gonna be honest, that's a cool fucking chair. Where's this person? Upstairs? No, they're inside. They have to be inside. It's the same level. No, they can't be. No, it's upstairs. It's upstairs. It has to be upstairs. Down the stairs. Really? Oh, these are doors that don't open like normal doors. Okay, you gotta click this door. It's a special door. So, South Africa is like Argentina, who had GDP rivaling the US at one point. The country of South Africa is very, very, very similar in the sense to a lot of South American countries that kind of got fucked over on the global stage, yes. It's got a very similar history. It's also why a lot of the Brazilian crime syndicates end up in South Africa, selling drugs and doing human trafficking down here. Hey, baby, hey, that's better. That's more like what I want to see. Hey, that's better. You're the sire. Okay, that's better. Game quality, 10 out of 10. Just improved to 10 out of 10. Take it, Jajonicus, Brav, because, okay, Tazaru sent you. Sent word that you had arrived. Lady Mulf has eagerly awaited your coming. This way, if you please. Mixtape out of 10. I mean, IGN gave it a 10.
So
Why don't you play?
of whom I've heard so much.
You did not disappoint. And you've got voice acting.
Well met, friend. My name is Minfilia, and I lead the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Lady Mulf. Okay.
I have awaited your coming.
So have I. No, don't leave. Come back. Oh, okay. Thank God.
Please, be at ease. You are among friends here.
There's, you know, I do very much appreciate that Final Fantasy just puts you in a room full of women, right? Now, granted, this one does look like a little bit of a lesbian, and so does this one. But this one just needs to leave, that's all. Oh, those are fuck me eyes.
No
My
doubt
character
you're
just
right
gave
to
them both
first
fuck me eyes.
questions. but have patience. All will be revealed in time.
I hope so.
First, let me begin by telling you who we are and what we do. We are the scions of the 7th Dawn, an order that transcends political boundaries. Our single objective is the preservation of the future of Eorzea.
Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. You just gotta see this. Oh. Now that's how you design fantasy clothing. Top tier. Top tier. Beautiful. Gorgeous. The way it was meant to be.
Among our gravest concerns are the godlike beings known as the Primals.
You know, I would have a real problem playing this game with an eye tracker because my eyes would just be on every character's tits and ass.
Their existence is a bane upon Eorzea. Nay, the world at large, and we have striven to find a lasting solution to the threat they pose.
Honestly, the one in the mask is the hottest. Is that because she's blind?
Our order is home to a number of individuals who,
Wait,
like
you do know half of those
possess a
characters
rare
are
and
dudes, right?
special talent.
There's no such thing as a dude in an anime game, Green Sky Wizard. It's just a lady with a dick, okay? No dude looks that good.
This talent takes various forms, but one holds particular interest for us. Tell me, have you ever experienced a sudden, inexplicable loss of consciousness?
I will if we get some private time.
Have you ever had the sensation of being pulled away from reality?
Oh, you're gonna pull me
Felt as though
away?
you were hovering in space, a mind without a body?
Yeah, I've had one of those orgasms. It's great.
All these things are the manifestations of your talent. Yours is the power to transcend the
Oh,
boundaries
look at
of
that.
the
That's
soul.
beautiful.
A power known as the Echo. The Echo allows you to pass through the walls of a man's soul and hear the resonations of his past.
Molfina, Asmon always had the curse on her boobs. Finally something I can agree with. When it comes down to it, and you put all politics aside, and all personal opinions, finally we can agree on something.
You will be there in his memories and see things as he saw them.
Right, Spider, go get
You
some
may
rest.
even interact with that which you see, though you cannot change the outcome of events. For another blessing, the Echo will enable you to know a man's mind even if you cannot comprehend his
I don't
words.
want to know a man's mind. That's gay.
In short, the Echo is a truly extraordinary power, and this power is strong within you. It is only a shame that we cannot use it whensoever we choose. That's right. I too possess the Echo.
This is straight up the most anime bullshit I've ever seen. Quite literally, she's telling us that your character's gonna be like, every now and then, you're just gonna, I have superpowers! That's what she's just told us. Every time you pass out, you just yell, I have superpowers. Fucking hell.
With that established, let us return to the subject of the Primals.
To summarize, you can get plot flashbacks and understand every language. Okay, so anime bullshit, basically.
So long as they exist, the realm cannot take so much as a single step towards true peace. Measures must be taken. Measures which transcend boundaries, be they of faction, race, language, or creed.
I
And
don't
to
give a
do so, the Scions require the aid of those with our talent.
Oh my god. Good lord, I haven't heard a word this bitch has said to me.
Make no mistake, the Echo will be instrumental in dealing with the primal threat. Without it, we cannot hope to save the realm. I know not what it is you desire for yourself, nor what it was that first brought you to Eorzea. But I firmly believe that the power we possess was given to us for a purpose. Why else
Good
would
God.
the gods entrust man with a gift so extraordinary
Perfect camera shots.
if not to have him use
Perfect.
it? And so I implore you, lend us your power.
Shh. 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 Just shh. So that's the power of having seizures, basically. Oh, god damn it. Oh, but they couldn't voice out this part. For some fucking reason. Naturally, your aid will not go unrewarded. We are fortunate to have a number of influential allies, and at a word from me, they will gladly afford you certain privileges that might otherwise be denied you. The right to employ retainers, for example, are you familiar with them? They are individuals who may be relied upon to manage your assets and belongings on your behalf. Oh, so we get slaves now. No, don't give me no, I don't want the midget. Papers you requested. Skip, retainers are not in the free trial. Okay, so it doesn't matter. Flawless cutscene. Flawless cutscene. Thank you. Pleasure is mine. A pleasure's mine, yeah, god damn. By the way of a welcoming gift, I have taken the liberty of adding your name to the retainers registry. As of now, you are entitled to employ the slaves of a retainer. Okay. You will need to consult the retainer vocate regarding the particulars of this arrangement, but believe me when I say retainers will prove invaluable to you in your advert. Well, not if I'm on the free trial. Let this gesture serve as evidence of our commitment to do all in our power to facilitate your personal objectives. In return, we ask that you aid us to the fullest extent of your talents. Yes, please. Mutually beneficial. Oh, she's up for friends with benefits. Even better. I'm sure you will agree, and one which serves the greater good besides. Well, that was a veritable lecture, was it not? Forgive me, but it is important that all concerned are aware of what is expected of them. Now, you know our purpose and what we can offer you. I invite you to consider joining us. When you have come to the... I've come a few times. You may tell me without fear of whatever. In good faith, I shall entrust you with our orders password, which our members use to reach one another when afield. It's Wild Rose. Nice. Pray keep it safe. I think she's your boss now. You mean like that one woman was the boss of that dude working at JP Morgan? That's fine. Hiring a retainer. Retainers are helpful NPCs who can be hired by a player to carry out such tasks as storing excess skill and gear or selling unwanted items on the markets. They may also be sent afield on ventures. A contract of service can be drafted by Fridwib in Limsa. Gotta go back to Limsa for the shit. Parnell in Gridania, or what are these fucking names in Ulduar? Pranilla in Ishgard, and Kazaj. Jesus Christ, those fucking names. Speak more to the MILF. We Scions have but one objective. There we go. To safeguard the future of Ozir. Among our gravest concerns are the godlike beings known as primals. Long have we striven to find a lasting solution to the threat they pose. I know not what it is you desire for yourself, nor what it was that first brought you to Ozir, but I firmly believe that the power we possess was given to us for a purpose. Pray consider this when you give me your answer. Really? Dialogue choices? Does this change anything? You basically can hire them at any city and they get tax discounts in that town. Okay. Do any of these change anything, or is this just fucking flavor text? No. I go wither. The wild room. That one. Molfina is waiting to hear whether you will pledge. Okay, sure, fine. Take off your pants. I'll pledge immediately.
I take it you will help us.
Yeah, well, that's what the main story questline told me to do.
Let us down. But come, I would introduce you to your friends in the Order.
I
Tell
will.
me, does the name Charlian ring any bells?
No.
It used to be one of Eorzea's 6 city-states, and was situated in the northwest of Aldenard.
Molfina. That's what I said, Green Sky was.
The Charlians were the keepers of wisdom, both old and new.
Is this my type?
Their mastery
No,
over
but I
magic
will make an
ether was
exception. She's not
unsurpassed,
tall
and
enough.
Even the Garleans knew to fear them. Among their number, there were a noble few who devoted their lives to safeguarding the future of Eorzea. When the realm began its descent into chaos, and their countrymen fled for the motherland, they alone chose to remain here. These noble men and women were called the Archons.
So when everyone left for Africa, they stayed behind.
Those same brave souls stand before you now.
And they're all white.
The masked woman is Ida, and beside her is Papa Limo. The two are charged with surveying the Twelveswood.
I just gotta say, the shading work, the shadows and textures, that's fucking diabolical. God damn, the amount of detail put into that alone. Jesus Christ. God damn, Japan. That's fucking odd. Man.
Hello there.
Oh, fuck, she ruined it. She ruined it, she spoke.
Welcome.
Not for you.
Okay, my turn to introduce someone.
Ah.
There is Thancred.
Ah, she's one of those squeaky ones.
He is our
That's
man,
penis.
Kirin Ulda, Jewel of the Desert.
You know what? I'm gonna be really depressed if this game doesn't have armor for males that doesn't show off some fucking frog eye. After seeing that, there better be some frog eye work happening here.
Welcome to the team. If I may, the lovely maiden beside me is named Yashtola. Limsa Lominsa has the pleasure of being under her care.
Yes, she's Jewish, we know.
Greetings. I have been expecting you.
I don't know how there's so much fan art about this character when that hot piece of ass in the pink fucking midriff is like right next to her. What the fuck is wrong with the Final Fantasy community? Remember the shading work whenever you see those hideous female characters in Western games. I'll never let that go, Green Sky. I will never fucking let that go after seeing this.
Last but not least is Urianger, who presides over all affairs within these halls.
Ugh, disgusting.
Pray
He's French.
seek him out whenever you have questions.
I'll never talk to him ever again.
Dawn may banish even the darkest night.
Is that the voice actor who did Fenris in Dragon Age? He sounds like Fenris.
The words of a dear friend. I'm glad of our meeting.
He sounds just like Fenris. Same voice actor, maybe?
At the Battle of Carteneau, our leader was taken from us. But
It's
we
the
did
voice
not
actor that
stray
did
from our
Lothamal. Okay,
purpose.
that's where I'm recognizing it from.
We sought out Minfilia and others with her talent, and together established the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with the Final Fantasy. She looks dumpy as fuck after seeing Molfina.
Along with the Archons, those blessed with the Echo play a pivotal role in our endeavor to forge a brighter tomorrow for the realm.
It's not even close. Look at that and look at that. It's not even close.
I should also introduce you to Tataru, our clerk. She
No,
ensures
never
that
mind.
everything
We can
runs
skip her.
smoothly.
Skip her.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
No, fuck off. I don't want to deal with you.
In time,
That's better.
I hope you will come to think of us as family. But without further ado,
Let's hope we can be an Alabaman family.
I would assign you your first task. Urianger, have the documents arrived from the students of Baldessian?
Aye, my lady. They arrived but recently.
We have received a request for aid from the Immortal Flames. Thancred, would you do the honors?
This is a lot
It
of
would
dialogue.
be
Holy
my
shit.
pleasure. Some days ago, a crystal caravan registered to Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern was waylaid and divested of its cargo. But there is more. Within a bell of the robbery, several people were reported missing from the shantytown outside the city.
We see Y'shtola naked a few times in the story. I would have seen Milfina naked a few times in the fucking story. This dumpy bitch got nothing on her.
At a glance, one would assume the involvement of bandits, kidnappers, and coincidence. Such crimes are hardly uncommon, and the Immortal Flames deal with their like almost every day. However, this time we have reason to believe that a primal is involved.
What's a primal?
Aye, the evidence left behind implicates the Emulja, who are known worshippers of Ifrit. If we then consider the objects that were taken, there is no room left for doubt. The crimes were committed in the name of a primal.
That you may better understand.
They explained
the
3
nature
times.
of our struggle
I'm
with
not
primals,
paying attention to
I would
anything
have
but
you
the
play
titties.
The leading role in this investigation.
No, don't worry. I recognize Ifrit. I've seen the name Ifrit across any Japanese game that you've ever fucking played. It's always going to be the fire guy is named Ifrit.
You have my thanks. If there is aught you wish to know, I recommend you speak with Thancred. He is well versed in the affairs of Ulda.
Ever at your service, dear
You got a
friend.
white belt and dick sucking. I don't care about you, lesbian man. She explained it earlier. You think I'm paying attention to what this woman's saying? You really think I'm paying attention to what she's saying? Alright, what's next? How much dialogue do we have to get through now? Ready to begin. That's the spirit. So then your mission is to investigate a crystal robbery and a spate of abductions. Crimes which we believe to be connected, assuming we are correct. It is like that. Any discoveries we make in relation to one will further our understanding of the other. Now, since the attack on their caravan, our friend at Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern... Okay, that's the slave company. In light of this, it is my judgment that the abductions should be our priority. According to our preliminary findings, majority of missing were last seen in the vicinity of Camp Drybone. So that would seem a fine place to begin. A fellow by the name of Eisenbard serves as the camp's de facto leader. Pay him a visit and see what he gives us, that he gives us his full cooperation. And then he just evaporates. Fantastic. Speak with Thancred. Ifrit in Final Fantasy III looked sick as fuck. Most GFs did. Ifrit was someone's girlfriend? Okay, where am I supposed to go here? Okay, not attuned there. Where the fuck am I? Where the... I suppose I could just teleport there. Wait. Nope. There's a fucking butt plug somewhere. There's a butt plug somewhere nearby. Yeah, I was debating on something to say about that. Jesus Christ. Oh, the fucking tank is back. These things are fucking ridiculous. These kind of games have had too much time It's no wonder the new MMOs can't compete because there's just so much shit in all the old ones that they can't match up to all the time that these guys have had to build up stuff. Wait, butt plug. I forgot the butt plug again. It's around here somewhere. Where's the butt plug? There's no butt plug here. That shit. Do you see? This is what I mean. It's shit like this that gives absolutely no fucking chance for new MMOs because there's just too much shit in the old ones. I'll take the chicken. I'll take the chicken ride. Wait, no, that's not the one I wanted. Higher, no, that's... Where's the fucking taxi version? Oh, well, fuck it. Let's see some of the landscape. There's low reasons for no butt plug here. That's a boss. What, Ifrit? No, I assume that Ifrit's a boss. That I already assume. Hiya, Porter. No. Just because you said that, no. I'll make my life more difficult. Why the fuck not? Oh, the robot spider's a raid boss. Oh. Okay, so I'm assuming you get the robot spider mount because you beat the boss, right? It's fine, there's a butt plug up here. I'll just use that one. Gives me time to appreciate this game's world. You got like 40 of an item that teleports you here. Really? Voucher redeemable by the Scions of the Seventh Dawn for instant teleportation to Vesper Bay. Okay, that's nice. That's nice and convenient. So whenever I need to head back there, I can just hit that. I don't want to set this as my home point. Sure, I feel like I'm going to need this a lot. How the fuck do I teleport using this thing? Oh wait, that's right, the butt plugs aren't linked. You can't just hop from butt plug to butt plug. I forgot. I'll just go back to Ulduar and go from there. I get to see some of the world. I get to actually get lost in the story of the world. I'm not going to miss that out. I want to see what a new player would go through, what the experience would be like, what they would experience as they take the Shoelace Express through the lands, see what the grand glory of it is, as opposed to just skipping my way through it and treating it like it's a fucking loading screen. I'm gonna be honest, one of the worst parts of playing World of Warcraft retail is the fact that you can fly everywhere because you take in none of the sights as you go along. All you do is hop from one place to the next and you see nothing about the world, and I'm kind of tired of that kind of shit. I'm really exhausted by the experience of never seeing what the world is like. I hate that so much. Have you played 5 on stream? Or did you just make the short? I did play 5 on stream. I played it off stream as well. For a longer time after that. And then I made the short. I think it's an impressive game. I think the thing that's going to hold it back is the fact that it's so limited in scope when it comes to the fact that you can only see 20 players out in the world. I do like the way the combat works. I like how it feels. It's the thing that's going to turn people off about forever, and why it's not going to pop the fuck off is exactly because of the art style that's been chosen, which is a Shiro game special because they're so used to that art style. They only make things in that art style. Every single Shiro Games game has come in that exact art style that they're using for forever. It's a real shame because under the hood it's actually it's a fairly solid experience. If they had different graphics with that game, or different art style, I think more people would enjoy it, because it looks like a mobile game on the surface, and a lot of people are just going to give it a skip because of that. I should touch this butt plug. You can fly in this game too, but there's something akin to a Pathfinder achievement. So it takes some effort to get you flying. Shiro knows how to make games. Shiro definitely fucking knows how to make games. They are exceptionally skilled at making games. Their biggest downside is their art style. Look at that. Okay, Mr. fucking Star Wars, Jesus Christ. Look at this world. Look at that. I would miss the majesty of all of this shit if I just sprinted my way through it. And that would be a real fucking loss. Look at this. This is good world design. The landscapes, the visuals, it actually gets you immersed in the world of the game. I like that. Fucking Mick Walker over there. I wouldn't be surprised if that thing over there came with a goddamn lightsaber. Look at the skybox as well. It's gorgeous. Is that from Titanfall 2? It might actually fucking be. That's from Monster Hunter. That looks straight out of fucking Monster Hunter. That might actually be the same model. Ah, we finally arrived. Drybone. It's when you jam it in without thinking about anything. Now, where's this fucking thing? Okay, it's up the road. Look at this. This is good world design. The fact that I can see those fucking cliffs in the background from this distance and it's not just faded out into mist gives you a real sense of majesty of the world. This is one of the things that was actually missing from WoW Classic, was when you tried to look at an open expanse far off into the distance, it just faded away from you and you never got any sense of the size of the world you're running around in. Now, WoW Classic had this thing where they built the world in such a way that it would usually, like, blur out this kind of stuff and you wouldn't see it that often. But I'm really glad that Final Fantasy doesn't have that weird fog visual thing. It looks really fucking good. It gives you a serious sense of the world. Let's go touch the butt plug. There we go. Look to the east. There's rocks to the east. I'm Eisenbart, here to search for the missing folk, I take it. Molfina sent word that an adventurer fitting your description would be along. She also warned us to be wary of the Amalja. It seems to know who the culprits are at the very least. Now, I bear no official title at this camp, but the people here have come to see me for leadership. You have my word that I'll do all I can to help see the victims safely returned. Oh, you're not going to give me an entire dialogue tree? Cool. I like him already. Okay, let us get right to it. Molfina names Amalja culprits in all of this. You would do well to investigate them first. Much harm has been levied on these lands by Amalja hands. The flames burn where they might, but their light cannot stay the darkness in all places at all times. There have been brutal murders of callers at the Church of Saint Adama. Adama Landama. Okay, that's just Saint Adama. Innocents wishing no more than to pay their respects to the dead. The poor souls deserve a proper burial. I would see to the dead before mongrels catch their scent, but I know not if the Amalja still linger. Would you secure the remains for me? Will you find them on the Eastern Road? Wait, you will find them on the Eastern Road, 12 willing. You may even come to learn something of what the Amalja seek in this area. Alright. Where the fuck would that be? I suppose it's the orange circle. Look at this fucking place. Look at the world design. Based on weather, how far can you see? Well, you're saying that depending on the weather determines how far you can see. That's even better. That means they've got good weather mechanics in it. If the weather blows it out from a distance, but on like a clear starry night like this, you can see all the way off into the distance. That's gorgeous. Wild zones were essentially bowls. Yes, they designed them so that it wouldn't fuck with you. And you wouldn't be seeing mist all the time in the distance. That's why they designed it the way they did. Okay, these are just big lizard fuckers. Ripe corpse. That's the way a necrophiliac describes a corpse. Alright. Back to dry bone it is. I feel like he could have given me more to do than just pick up 3 dead bodies. I really feel like he could have given me more to do in that than just that. It's good to see you returned. Were you able to secure the remains of the fallen? Here you go. There's your bodies. With the bodies given back to the proper earth, the souls will find their way across the other side. You have done a noble deed this day, I thank you. Now then, what of the Amalja? Did you see any? Surely such massive monstrosities as they cannot conceal their presence, much less take their quarry unaware. So they were Amalja at the remains. I feared as much. Their part in the lowborn disappearing is all but confirmed, but I sense there's more to this than meets the eye. The occasional Amalja raiding party would not account for the people going missing in these kinds of numbers. The total is too great and the questions too many. It would not surprise me in the least to learn of another hand in this. Bro, you could just tell me thanks for the fucking bodies. Now go do this other task. You don't have to give me like the fucking entire universe of text here. Jesus Christ, the Japanese love reading. But whose countless travelers pass through Drybone every day, and even if it were one among them, how would we best discover who we may implicit in these vanishings? And now he's gonna give me another entire fucking backstory. What say we return to an eye of common folk, an eye to the common folks themselves. It may be among them that we find the reasons for these vanishings. 12 forbid it be so. There's a merchant by the name of Angst, who was born here in Drybone and grew up in the Golden Bazaar. A rough character, but he knows the people here better than anyone else. I'd wager he's at the inn quaffing away the day's earnings. Here, I'll write a note for you to show him he's not... Okay, fuck me. God damn it. You could have just been like, here's a note, here's the next guy, go to that quest giver. God damn. Reminder of those glowing crystal shards you saw in the background are part of the damage Bahamut caused. So that's basically the Mordramoth scar. Oh, not the Mordramoth, the scar caused by Kralkatorik, but this is the Final Fantasy version. Oh, look, it's Rapist Man. Or is this different rape? No, this is the same Rapist Man. Well, gods be damned. You're that bloody adventurer who threatened me back in Uldar. What in the 7 hells do you want with me now? He's gonna teach me how to rape. Dear friend, missing people, please help. Yours, Eisenbart. Folks around here, as wary as they come, they'll turn tail and run if you so much as pass wind nearby. Play them all for fools and coax some hard labor out of them, I did. If anything, they're even more timid than before. What with all the disappearances, you can go talk to him yourself if you don't believe me. Okay. Talk to people. More talking. It's Kralk branding, but from just one event all across Ozia. Okay. Same thing. That's what I hear. Please, sir, just leave me be. Well, he was helpful. Fucking really? What the hell? There's too much shit in this game. There's too much shit. There's too much shit in this game. I've nothing to say but this. Fell take who or whatever has been feeding off us low folk. And then to the third homeless guy. What do you want from me? I don't know anything. I swear, please don't kill me. I'm sure he's off to climb up an electrical pole and fucking shock himself to death. Motherfucker knocked out my power for 2 days. I'm off for now. See you guys. Yeah, go live your life. Or go get some rest. How much time do I have left? Okay. Just as I told you, wasn't it? The whole lot of them are terrified. There's been talk of folk getting abducted, but if you ask me, they simply up and moved on to a better place. This place isn't exactly Costa del Sol, if you know what I'm saying. And then he just fucks off too. I learned nothing. That was completely worthless. That didn't need to exist. Welcome back. Have you learned aught of import? I see. I suppose I should have expected as much from Angst. Well, another thought occurred to me. In your absence, the common folk are nothing if not fervent in their religious beliefs. Perhaps they speak freely to their gods. Then the clergy may know something of use. Okay. All of that gear is worse. All of it's worse. Now we got to talk to him again. If we would know what the common folk speak to their gods, we've no better place to ask than the Church of Saint Adama. Alama. It's a small and humble church found to the northeast of here. Northwest. East. I don't know. Fuck. Man, there's so much text. What this is what I was talking about when I was talking about the frustrating parts of Final Fantasy. You have this great expansive world, you have all these fucking things you can go out into the world and do, and you're just sitting here talking to the same old fuck sitting next to a well, hearing his goddamn backstory, and then going and talking to a bunch of other people, and then you gotta run somewhere else and talk to someone else. It drops engagement hard. God damn, especially since they didn't voice act this shit out. As long as you are headed there, I might ask you to deliver this embalmed corpse. A morbid request I grant you, but it must be borne to burial. I trust none more than you to see it done. Seek out a man. Marquez. Brownlee? He tended to the graves of the Lich Yard. He will tell you where the bodies are to be interred. You know, naming a graveyard the Lich... with anything to do with Lich sounds like a bad fucking idea, buddy. Like, that's a terrible idea. They really need to update ARR quests. It still reeks of old leveling and progression. I gotta say that I agree with you. I think that it's the most grating thing of the questing. It's just text. It's a wall of text, and every now and then you go out into the world and kill one thing and then come back, and it's just another fucking wall of text. Now I'm gonna go to Marquez Brownlee over here, and he's gonna give me another wall of text. You can go do those things, nothing is stopping you. I want to see what the main story quest line. I'm bitching, but I'm still gonna do the main story quest line. I want to see what this does. How this works, how this functions. I am Marquez, yes, a body, of course. There have been so many bodies as of late. Have you been driving through any school zones and breaking the speed limit? Is that why there's so many bodies? Just need to know. I apologize if you seek a place of burial, then there's an empty grave atop the ridge. Take the path and lay him to rest there. Alright. Walk up the hill, dump the body. Oh look, it's a Fallout 76 reference. Want to know what's worse? They actually squashed the amount of AR quest, and it's still too long. They haven't updated themselves though. They need to update this. They really need to fucking update this shit. Oh wait, I can't just leave him out here. I gotta actually dig up a body here. I gotta dig a hole, stick some rocks on him. Damn it. Fell on the wrong side of the fence. May they all walk in Thel's realm. What missing people? I'm afraid I cannot help you, but maybe Sister Orkin can. Owison can. Jesus. She has been kind to me. Everyone has been so kind. I don't know why, though. Pardon me. You will find Sister Owison within the church walls. Okay, talk to another person. There she is. Are you the bitch that nearly got raped? No. I don't think so. I hear you have done a, I heard you have done us the service of burying the fallen soul. Please accept our gratitude and extend it to Eisenbard when you next see him. You seek the knowledge of missing dry bone inhabitants. It's true, I am closer to people than any other order. I confide in me when they wish to speak to their keeper. I am the media. Okay, so this is a priest breaking their vows by telling us shit that's going on. Can you swipe for max level in Final Fantasy? I don't even know what that means. When AR was current MSQ gave less XP, so you had to do open world fates for levels, and they had more teeth, and you had more abilities. Then change it back. If they did it better in the past, change it back. Change it back. Should I learn anything pertinent, I will be sure to share information with you. I only wish Marquez would be more helpful in the matter. I pray he did nothing to offend. He saw terrible things during the calamity. His scars run deep. Indeed, he seems to now prefer the company of the dead over the living. While tragic, I fear such behavior ill befits the church. I received word not long ago that one of our recent visitors, a man called Thancred, I believe, took offense at this conduct. I must have words with Marcus, and soon. Now we're gonna go back and talk to the other guy at the fucking well again. Fuck. There he is. You. Voice acting? Of course not. Thank you. A burial is no easy thing, even when the departed is a stranger. Were you able to learn aught of the missing common folk? You've been keeping yourself rather busy of late, haven't you? Oh, there he is, the white belt and dick sucking. A pleasure, my dear Eisenbard. The name is Thancred, and I share passion with you and our mutual friend here for learning what has become of these missing persons and why. I too spoke with angst. More times than I care to count. There seems to be some truth to this notion of the common folk speaking their secrets only to those in service to the gods. Prostration, prayer, penance, abject deeds done behind closed doors, away from prying eyes. Who better to take the pious unaware than she who takes confession, the good sister Alson herself. Alson, she wouldn't, she couldn't. Even though as beautiful roses have thorns, my friend, and you would be wise to keep an eye on this rose. Yeah, he might say something racist. Still, the Lich Keeper Marquez. I swear to the 12, I've seen that face elsewhere before. None of that is better. I'm just stacking up fucking pennies and shekels in this game now. Cash Shop isn't advertised in the game, nor are the direct links. You need to hunt for it. I know, I like that. I really like that the Cash Shop is not in your face in this game. It's fucking beautiful. It's the way it's meant to be. Sister Alcin, it cannot be, though she won't want to travel to the Golden Bazaar on her own, and it is not uncommon to see her speaking to the children, but no, it could not be her, could it? I grow weary of these suspicions. I know there's one child in particular that she's fond of. Pray seek out the boy and see if you cannot glean something. Yes, because she would tell secrets to a child. No, it'll be our little secret, Timmy. Don't tell, whatever you do, don't tell your dad what I did to you at the barbecue. Of course. Final Fantasy XIV is an RPG MMO, not an MMORPG. It's a fucking novel at this point. The dungeon experience was good. Like, every time you're out in the open world doing something, it feels good. It breaks pacing whenever you have to deal with, like, 7 million lines of fucking dialogue. That really feels like a loss. I'm so tired of shitty mobile game ads. Are you getting shitty mobile game ads? It's time to install an ad blocker. Look at this. This is what I mean. Like, look how gorgeous this world is. Look how beautiful everything is. The mob placement is good. Background's good. And then I have to sit through 700 lines of goddamn dialogue. God damn it. God fucking damn it. I've played since AR. The world got me hooked. The world is gorgeous. The world is actually gorgeous. I'll give you $100 if you can actually get through AR and Heavensward. Consider this a bet. Okay. Alright. Someone screenshot that because I'll forget. Plus, I don't want you to waste money. I'll get through it. I plan to get through it. I'm going to do other stuff along the way. But I expect that $100 7 years from now when I finally get through them. I should, but I'm on mobile YouTube. Oh, damn. Okay. You know what? I need to set up the mobile stream again so that it works on YouTube. It broke for a little while. Right. Uncombed urchin. Now your hair looks pretty combed to me. Please help. Sister Orson went out all on her own and hasn't come back. She always reads to me right here about Thel and the Order and the other side. I told her I lost my shiny thing and she went looking for it. But what if the monsters outside hurt her? Please find her. Don't worry, buddy. She's out there murdering strange villagers for no fucking reason whatsoever. I'm gonna go dry bone the sister right now, okay? I'll be right back. You. I wonder. Such difficult gameplay. I feel in real trouble here. Mixtape ain't got shit on Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, no, I'm double their level, but still, I feel like if I was level 13, I wouldn't be in danger either. I really don't think I'd be in danger if they were the same level as me. Also, I figured they would level scale it up, but I suppose not. Right. What are you doing out here? You're the one from the church. Thank goodness you arrived when you did. It seems my gratitude is yours yet again. You spoke with the child. Yes, well, I was able to find his lost trinket. It is a ring given him by his mother before she passed. I will see it safely back to him. And then she just fucks off. Because why wouldn't she? Go back to Drybone. Demerade might be watching and plotting a manifesto. Yeah, he might, you know what the funny thing is? You say that, but I think I already know what is in his manifesto based on what he types in chat. I don't think it's very coherent. But it's definitely a bunch of letters spaced out in a specific pattern. Okay, let's go dry bone Eisenbart. I'm sure he'd love that. Nice background music. The music in this game is actually really good. It's actually a lot better than I gave it credit for initially. Alright, break my legs. Here you go. Our sister Orson was attacked outside the Golden Bazaar Gods forfend. I will secure a room at the inn for her should she require any rest. Searching for the mementos of orphans and risking her own well-being in doing so, no less. Certainly not the dastardly deeds Thancred would have us believe. More shekels. More shekels. Another quest. Okay. What are you going to say now? I'm well glad I reserved that inn room for Sister Orson. It seems she received greater injuries from her attackers than she initially let on. Thankfully, she is expected to make a full recovery. But now, onto the matter at hand. Thancred came looking for you once more. He left word that he will be waiting at the Amalja encampment to the southeast. I pray the two of you are able to uncover some evidence regarding these disappearances. Are we going to finally go out into the world and kill some shit? Looks like it. Looks like it. Final Fantasy Twitter is going to have a meltdown eventually. It's not having a meltdown right now. Every time I see a Final Fantasy post, it's someone calling someone else a racist. Or saying how they're a bigot or some shit. I've yet to see a single Final Fantasy post that doesn't devolve into fucking politics on Twitter. From time to time, they're like, this random irrelevant side content thing, we're going to give this absolute banger music for no reason at all. I feel like whoever was working on the music had a point to prove. He had parents to impress. They told him, you're never going to be a musician. And he just had to do it. Oh, when they find out about me. Oh, I'll be banned in a week, don't worry. There you are. So good of you to come. Indeed, I've heard all about Sister Orson. Eisenbart said her wounds were serious. It would seem my suspicions about the poor Rose were misplaced. But false though they were, perhaps my suspicions were not entirely without merit. While following Sister Orson near the Golden Bazaar, a band of Amalja caught my eye. I tracked them as far as this encampment, but, well, let us say I would much prefer to keep my distance and remain here. This, of course, brings me to why I requested you. Would you be so kind as to take a look inside? Of you or the camp? Fuck, that was a jump scare. Fucking wizard, you and your fucking chair. These guys aren't even fucking aggro with me. They don't even give a fuck. They don't care. They're just like, yeah, just come into our house. That's fine. We don't care. That's cool. Search for a clue in the Amalja encampment. Somewhere in this orange circle is a clue. What am I looking for exactly here? Is there going to be a blue glowy thing, or do I have to kill one of these fucking guys to figure this out? You're too high level, they won't attack you unless you attack them. Okay. Okay, that's why. So basically, I've over-leveled for this by doing some dungeons. What am I looking for here? Ah, there it is. There it is. A queer leaflet. That is not the right terminology to use. You're baiting them now. Your goddamn queer leaflets just left around. They're scared of you, basically. Okay, so they won't fuck with me because I'm too high level. Okay, that makes sense. That kind of makes a kind of fucked up sense. They go passive because they're like, nah, not that guy. Not that guy. No, not that one. They use the term queer a lot. Maybe that explains the player base then. Did anything tickle your fancy? I found a letter amongst all the bitches who didn't want to fight me. This leaflet, it seems queer. See the wealth of knelled at... Wait, to the hands of your children. It looks to be some sort of assembly to provide the poor with work. The lettering, though, atrocious, is it not? And these bits of Neldthal seem somewhat less than studied. I find it hard to believe among the order penned this. Pray take this to the inn at Camp Drybone and Sister Orson. Okay. And then he fucks off. These people just keep disappearing like Batman. Here's the fog you wanted. So there's the weather effect that's kicking in. That's nice. I like that that's a weather effect and not a limitation on the visual clarity of the world. Gay propaganda, very suspicious. Them goddamn gays be kidnapping kids again. Leaving their goddamn queer pamphlets all over the goddamn place. Only goddamn rights them queers need is right hooks. To go wrong with some left ones. Okay, let's see. Inside the inn. Not there. Probably this building. Yeah, that looks about right. Where's this bitch? Okay, there she is. My savior comes again to what do I owe the honor this day? I'm gonna teach you about the queers. Weather is foggy now. There's some rare weather that shows up when certain world bosses do. That's a nice touch. What is this? Blasphemous. These are not our teachings at all. This was not made by any true brother or sister of the order. Of that I can assure you. Come to think of it, weeks ago the church was plagued by missing garments. Could someone be posing as a priest of the order to deceive people? The plot thickens. Our culprit pretends to be a priest to lend credence to this deception. There's no doubt an irony in there somewhere. But I suspect we have a worthy adversary on our hands. I shall consider how to best handle this. For now, tell Isambard what we have learned. Ugh. Ugh. Really? I need to go back to the old man again? Man, I'm gonna know where this guy is, regardless of where I am on the fucking Final Fantasy map after this shit. Posing as a priest, to think. These are troubling notions. It is gratifying to finally be able to move this investigation forward. Thank you. I shall keep my ears and eyes open, now more than ever. All of that's trash. I think you're gonna get ancestral gear. My ancestors are gonna empower me. Do steroids help in perfecting martial arts as stated by her son? No, they don't. Steroids are incredibly helpful at gaining muscle at a rapid fire rate. If you've got someone who knows martial arts and who's using steroids, they will be able to have more physical power, more force, more muscularity than someone who doesn't. But there is no shortcut to learning technique when it comes to martial arts. If you took roids and you were a martial artist and you were against someone else who was a martial artist at your same level, you would outperform them purely based on physical strength and power output. Learning how to actually be a martial artist is a completely different level of shit. Unless you can increase the rate of learning, and there's an argument you can make about steroids actually making people dumber and more aggressive, and therefore it's actually harder to learn martial arts. because they get all pussy and they don't know how to actually fight because they just keep defaulting to swinging like a child. So there's an argument that it makes learning martial arts harder, but it's easier to get stronger using roids. It's just it shrivels up your nuts and you go sterile. I wouldn't be surprised to learn that Hassan is on roids and that's why he's never having kids and that's why he's gonna die all alone as a 45-year-old man, childless and alone. Let's see, I'm afraid I have not seen any unusual activity, nor have any at this camp given me cause to doubt them, but unless we can identify the culprit, and soon more innocents will fall victim. Do not despair just yet. An idea occurs to me. Our suspect has been posing as a priest, using leaflets bearing false promises to lure the poor. Let me and him serve with the like by posing as impoverished souls in need of succor. I dare to hope that this will yield us answers we seek. It will be a dangerous undertaking, but you two are more than capable of looking after yourselves. I take steroids just to play Guild Wars 2 PvP. Well, then your steroids are more effective than the ones that Hassan is using for sure. Let's see. I'm next to useless in battle, but I can supply the garments for the disguise. These old tunic slops should serve your needs so long as you don't mind the smell and the stains. They've been coming on the garments. Don't steroids fuck up vasculars? Yes, they do. They do, and they lead to cardiovascular issues, right? One of the things that mostly people in like the UFC and stuff do when they're using steroids is they will cycle it because they're aware of the vascularity and the cardiovascular issues that occur. So they use it in a very limited and very precise kind of sense, as opposed to just cranking out as many roids as possible. Because if you start doing that, you shorten your lifespan, you fuck up your heart, you fuck up your health. And what's gonna happen eventually is, and this happens to like 80% of the people who use roids, their heart just gives out on them. Because your heart's a muscle and you're fucking with muscles when you do that. You're also screwing with like your entire cardiovascular system. These will serve very well. You have my thanks. Listen, so as to lay the foundation for our little ploy, we must make it widely known that more vagrants have arrived at the camp and are desperate for coin. To this end, I want you to don the old garments Isambard has lent us and beg for work around the camp. Before long, the false priest should catch wind and approach us. What about caffeine? Caffeine does have an effect on the heart, but the effects of caffeine aren't even on the same levels as roids. It's not even close. Comedy boxing match, Hassan versus Lofty. I got any comedy boxing match is Hassan versus anyone. What I really want to see, what I want to fucking see more than anything else, is I want to see Sam Hyde get in a ring with Hassan. That would be the funniest shit ever. Speak with the locals. Alright, I suppose I have to put on a disguise, right? Is there a disguise I have to wear? Where's the fucking disguise? It's not that. Where's the disguise? Hassan versus Tectone. That would be a fucking hilarious match. Because both of them think they can fight. Both of those fucking idiots think they can fight. Control I. Oh, there we go. That's the one I'm supposed to be using. Now, where's the disguises? Equip that. And we gotta equip the flip-flops. I thought I had to equip the flip-flops. Or is that good enough? Dress shoes. Leather jack boots, faux striker boots, plundered sabatons. I got the chest piece. Where's the... Oh, there it is. It's pants. Okay. It's pants. Did I equip him? Yeah, I got him on. Okay, good enough. Ignore the powerful gauntlets on my hands and the dangerous axe on my back. I preach the teachings of Azima the Warden. Hast thou come to partake the honey of her wisdom? Azima is the keeper of the sun goddess of inquiry. All is laid bare beneath the light of her divine countenance. Open thy heart to this light needy child. Thou shalt want for naught till the end of days. So it's not that guy. Is it you? And you are? Another refugees by the looks of you. The immortal flames have neither work nor coin for you. Be gone and see to it you don't make a nuisance of yourself. Okay, he just told us to fuck off. Where are these fucking guys? They're indoors? Yeah, how do you do, fellow farmers? Just ignore my gloves. Just ignore that shit. Greetings, good sir. Is there aught I might assist you with? Oh, I don't believe there is. I'm afraid our wares are very expensive. Mayhap you should rejoin your fellows at the pond north of Sandgate. How do you do? Yeah, I wish people were that base. They just stop wasting people's time and stop being like, I would help, but just tell them to fuck off. Stop wasting their time. Where's this guy? There's a guy somewhere here. Where is he? Is there like a back room? No. On the roof. There's a fucking roof? Oh shit. Okay, there is. I just passed out on my couch for almost 3 hours while watching your stream. Well, that's what I'm here for. Retarded streams to fall asleep to. Last thing I remember was laughing at some unhinged Josh Strife DMs. Yep. Yeah, you've been out for a while. Oh, what is it? Oh, fuck. I missed what she said. It's fine. It's a woman. Whatever they have to say doesn't matter. There's one more. Are they in here? Addleston. And I was about to get to the good part. Looking for work, you say, sorry, but we don't have any openings. Now get out of here so I can finish my story. He's like, fuck off, you interrupted me. I take nothing back for the early game. I'd say that the story and stuff of Final Fantasy is far more engaging. I still put the base game of A Realm Reborn above what I see in the base game of Guild Wars 2. I still put it way above that, despite the frustrating part of all this text and running around and talking to people, and not actually going out into the world and killing stuff. Thoughts on Monster Hunter Wilds? Haven't played it. You have quite a knack for being a nuisance. The camp is abuzz with talk of newly arrived vagrants, and though we were unable to attract our wayward transgressor, we were able to learn that the poor have a commune by the pond of the Sandgate to the east of here. The eyes of the authorities do not reach that place, rather ideal for spiriting away hapless souls. Let us go there and wait for the kindly priest to come and offer us aid. Comfort. Needless to say, you'll need to remain in disguise. Okay. Damn it. I thought I'd be able to go out there in my fucking armor. Hello, fellow refugees. Someone passed out on your stream. Dude, this guy just sexually assaulted you. I mean, only in Final Fantasy. Sleep is sexual assault. Let's be honest. You lose control of your body. You don't get to decide what happens next. It's horrible. Right, up here. Dressed to deceive. I don't give no fucks about your fate. Thancred, there he is. Fine day for catching false priests, wouldn't you say? Are we finally getting there with this fucking piece of the story? You look absolutely smashing, positively dressed for deception. Well, now we know that Thancred's fucking blind. All that's left then is to wait for our quarry to appear. Oh, you poor unfortunate souls. This is no way for men to live, no way at all. Who are you? What do you want? Deity's child, for I mean no harm. I am a priest of the order of Nalzal, and I come to offer you succor. The leaflet bears the teachings of Null. Trust to them, and they will surely set you free from the shackles of penury. He's just looking down. He's not even reading anything. A tempting offer, but I'm afraid I must decline. On account of that atrocious performance, you would have to make a god's awful mummer angst. How did you know? You bastards tricked me. Oh, it's the rapey guy with the scars on his face. Of course it's him. Because he's the bad guy, because Japanese people lean into the idea of you can judge a book by its cover, so it needed to be him. I had a suspicion. Please don't hurt me. I was only doing it to protect my people. Is that so? Do continue. Very well. I'm a man of the Golden Bazaar, raised there if not born. Some moons ago, the Amanja raids, fuck that name, began. They would appear sudden as a sandstorm and plunder the village at will. Our defenders wouldn't stand a chance against them. Few as they were, everyone lived in fear. I wanted to save my people, but being a merchant was all I knew, and so I did the only thing a merchant could. I approached the Amalja in hopes of brokering a deal. In return for sparing the Golden Bazaar, they made demands, outrageous ones. Demands? What kind of demands do they want? You butthole? First of all, they wanted a schedule for the crystal shipments from Nanwa mines. For this, I bribed one of the workers to leak the information. Next, they wanted me to bring them people, so I posed as a priest to lure in vulnerable and give them over to the Amalja. I didn't have a choice. Yes, you did. You fucking approached them. What the fuck do you mean I didn't have a choice? What kind of woman logic is this? He approached... What kind of retarded shit is this? He approached them, but he didn't have a choice. Huh? Protecting one's home is a noble thing, but at the cost of innocence. You could have sought the aid of the immortal flames, yet you did not. I suspect you're not telling me the full story. What made you sell out your own people? The money was good. What did you say? The coin was good. Yep. I could sell mole meat for a score of lifetimes and not see a fraction of what the Amalja pay me. He did it for the money. You sacrifice innocence so that you could line your own pockets. Word failed to express the contempt I feel for you. Spare me your contempt. If you want to blame someone for the mess the world's in, then blame yourself or the gods. Not you again. Were you the one leaking the Immortal Flames patrol routes to the enemy as well? Spit it out. No, I know nothing about that, I swear it. At this stage, I'm rather disinclined to believe aught that leaves your mouth, but no matter, there'll be time enough to learn the truth. Wah! Be a good man and take word to the developments of Milfina, would you? Hell yeah, we'll go back to her. I shall prize everything I can out of this filth. The abductees are still somewhere out there. Our foremost priority is to rescue them. Take me back to the MILF. Schrodinger's victim, he fucking is. What a bitch. So when are you going to ask Josh Strife Hayes what his opinion is on the political decisions of the previous US president? Why the previous one? We should ask him what he thinks about the current one. And then call him a woke retard, slop master, whatever the fuck we can. It's so fucking stupid. Jesus, asking the MMO guy. Ugh. Your work rhetoric sickens me. And Josh Strivaze is like, I rather think this MMO is good. Ugh, disgusting work take. It's fucking idiots. It's still so fucking dumb to me. I rather enjoy Darkest Dungeon 2. Sickening. I bet you have sex with men. Oh, fuck. Some people are so fucking gone. You can't save them. Just like Orion coming in here. Your community. As if you aren't a fully formed adult who can make your own decisions. Oh, Molfina. Welcome back. I'm pleased that you and Thancred have been getting along. I see you have done well to uncover the truth. My thanks for the report. As Thancred said, we must ascertain where the abducted were taken, and none but the Amalja known as the answer. Suffice it to say that they will not willingly part with this information. I fear blood will be spilled. That's fine. I'm over-leveled for this. I can do this. Very nice. Right. Let's get out of this piece of shit gear that we've been put in. Let's just fix that real quick. Is anything better here? No. What's the best piece of gear? I think it's that. Yeah, that's about it. No. Something is off about this gear and this lighting. Did I put on the wrong chest plate? I think I did. Ah, that's better. What are your thoughts on Leopold II? I don't know. I don't know Leopold II. Everyone knows Leopold III. I bet Leopold II must have been like a real hardcore dad if his kid ended up chopping off fucking limbs of black people in the middle of Africa, though. If you see the blacks, never relax. Remember, they can't fight back if they don't have arms. They're really good at boxing, so chop off the arms. Right, this is the perfect place to stop. Is right here. Yeah, back to being the Twink Knight it is, but at least we get to stop right here next to Molfino. Man, I gotta be honest. That was probably the single worst piece of Final Fantasy that I've been through so far. God damn, there was so much fucking talking. That story could have moved at 10 times the speed. God damn. They really gotta pick up the pace with that. Now, I gotta fuck off. I gotta disappear. I got kids to train tomorrow. I gotta hear some stupid, retarded opinions from kids. They gotta tell me some real dumb shit. And I've gotta go make their lives worse by making them practice martial arts. So, I will see you fuckers later. It's time for me to disappear. It's time for you to disappear. Goodbye. See you later.
You call that a world? A pretty little garden patch. All sunshine and sparkles. No grit, no grime, no guts to scratch. Oh honey, oh